Oh no, what is GNC?
Hi, this is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. Holla.
Faith, and I am with you here with AP from the Bronx. What's up, AP?
Hey, Faith. Hello, beautiful people. I was trying to stay awake, but you night owl people are younger than me, and y'all is just y'all own the night. I fell asleep, so I didn't get a chance to participate, but I was with you guys in spirit. How about
Yes,
that?
I felt your spirit the entire time we were on that live stream. But child, last night live stream was lit. Mela came through, Spade came through. I love it every time Spade comes through. Demetrius, of course. Hey, what's up, Demetrius? He down there in the chat room. He says, still no.
Hell no,
Well, I tell you,
no.
these men do not give Princella no grace, like none.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm coming in on the tail end, so I don't know what Demetrius is saying no to.
Well, he's saying that the title is Princella's theory that men are incapable of love valid? And his answer is still no. He came in yesterday, and the first thing he said was hell no. And
Okay, okay.
so he's still standing tall on his answer. No, no to the hell no, no, no.
All right, okay.
So
All
yeah,
right.
we got into it last night. The conversation was beautiful. I loved it. So it was so nice. I had to do it twice because I
Okay.
definitely had to have my girl AP up here, because when you and I talk about this behind the scenes, my girl AP be dropping extra nuggets of knowledge that I really believe. And I'm all about giving the people extra knowledge. So I really believe that they deserve these streams.
Well, yeah, especially, people that are lost and people that are, searching. We want them to happenstance upon this channel, and we want to drop this knowledge on them, to help folks out.
Absolutely. Now, you were saying to me as we were preparing for this live stream that there are two nuances to, how people fall in love, especially men. And see, everybody wants to talk about the psychology. Like Black people, we are deep into the psychology. Cynthia G, she's all into the psychology, and Umar, and all these other people that psychology, Dita Rail psychology. And there's nothing wrong with, delving into the psychology. But why do Black people run away from science?
Yeah, science is important. The science is important. I mean, I would say as far as physical attractiveness and love and relationships, I would say that physical attractiveness is important. I would say that science is important and psychology is important. I think that it's more of a trilogy. There are other, areas that are important as well, but I think that science is being overlooked, and I think that that's doing people a disservice if you keep ignoring it.
Absolutely. And the thing about it is, we know mentally, in the psychology of our minds, we pretty much have a good take on what happens with the psychology, because we talk about the psychology ad nauseum, but we don't talk about the chemical reactions that go on within our brains, within our bodies, as to why we think and react the way that we think and react. It's not just psychology. There's some hormones that are involved here that get us, into the mojo that we're in. And we don't talk about the nuances there and the differences between men and women and these hormones and how that works with the psychology. So right here today, I would like to break it all down. I broke it down to you yesterday, but I'm here with my girl AP. We complement one another, and she's going to also help me break it down with the biology and the psychology. And I just want to put out a disclaimer here. This is for entertainment purposes only. We are not biologists. We are not psychiatrists. We are not, certified in anything. This is just our opinions that we are sharing for the purposes of entertainment. Okay? So now that I got that disclaimer out here, I don't want nobody running up in here talking about something. Oh, y'all, you're not qualified to talk about this, and you're not qualified to talk about that. Just let the professionals handle it, and fuck you. Okay?
Right,
This
right.
this is my show. I have an opinion. AP has an opinion. We're both very, very intelligent women who are capable of doing our own research, and we have opinions on the research that we do. And we're going to bring
Yeah.
that to you. Okay?
Yes.
Oh, what's up, Mahogany Roots and MJ in the house? She said
Hey.
hi, Faith and AP and Young Rias and Demetrius. I love me some Mahogany Roots, y'all. What's up, Mahogany? So let's get down to the nitty gritty, because we're going to talk about Princella's theory that men are incapable of love. And the thing that I have with Princella, this is my problem with her, and I discussed this last night. When Princella talks about the psychology of men and the male nature, she talks ad nauseum about testosterone. Now, I'm quite sure you've heard this too, AP.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and testosterone is a hormone that, activates a man's fight or flight reflexes. So it makes them very aggressive. It puts them in a mode of survival. That is a man's survival mode. Okay.
Okay.
So when a man is in his survival mode, he's in fight or flight. He's in, hey, I got to, get my legacy pushed out there by any means necessary. That's the mode that he's in. So he might become aggressive with a woman if he has a high testosterone level. High testosterone levels, Princella is right. It does cause aggression in men. And there are many, many studies on this, when they even have done studies on inmates in prison. The high levels of testosterone, the high levels of violence. Men are violent in general. Most of the violent crimes are committed by men. We already know this. We have statistics to back this up. We've talked about that ad nauseum. But what we don't talk about is whether or not this high level of testosterone is truly the culprit when it comes to a man's ability to love.
Okay.
So now we're going to talk about the three components of love, and we're going to get into the hormones and all that, because when we skip over biology and we don't couple it with psychology, I think we do ourselves a disservice in understanding the male female psyche, because it's not enough to just understand the male psyche. Some of us as women, we don't even understand our own psyche.
Right.
Ain't that right?
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
So how men fall in love is not the same as how women do. Okay.
Yes.
So the stages of falling in love with a man. Now, before we dive into the brain chemistry and biology of love, let's first take a look at the three basic categories or stages of love. Okay. There are
Okay.
three basic categories. We have lust, we have attraction, and we have attachment. Those are the three basic categories. Now, lust is not love, and it shouldn't be mistaken for it. Lust is driven primarily by the hormones testosterone for men and estrogen for women. So that's where lust comes from. Ladies, if you want to know, is that high estrogen level. If you're a high estrogen level woman and you out here acting like a 304, you got too much damn estrogen. Men, if you out here, penis all hard, you want to put your penis in everything, they got a hole, your testosterone levels are high. So that's it in a nutshell. I'm sorry, but I have to kind of make it plain for the people to understand, because you know how people, when you get to talking about biology and technical terms, they want to fall asleep. If you don't put a dick in the pussy in every now and then, they won't stay awake. All right, so it's a temporary feeling driven by a desire for sexual gratification that enables you to find potential mating partners. It's based on an evolutionary need to reproduce, and this is common among all living species. So this is lust in a nutshell. You could lust for somebody that you're in love with, but you could also lust and have sex with someone that you don't love.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, the second component is attraction. So the first component is lust. You need to have lust, okay? And the second component of love is attraction. Now, during the attraction stage, you focus your attention and mating energy on one person that you are attracted to. You obsessively think about them. You crave their company. You feel a surge of extra energy and excitement. And these feelings are caused by three chemicals: norepinephrine, dopamine, and serotonin. These are the three chemicals that cause you to be attracted to somebody. Okay,
Okay.
this is what get the mojo going. Scientists often compare this stage to addiction, as these three chemicals activate the brain's reward center and has powerful effects on our behavior and our emotions. And this lasts usually between 6 months to 2 years.
Yes.
This is the infactuation stage.
Yes.
So when your body is feeling the chemicals norepinephrine, dopamine, and serotonin, you're in the infactuation stage. Do not make any rash decisions during this phase. You're going to feel butterflies in the stomach, warm, fuzzy feelings. You're going to be daydreaming and, with starlights in your eyes and all that type of stuff. This is not love. You're in stage 1 and stage 2, lust and attraction. Lust and attraction does not equal love. Wait a while.
Yeah, don't be having no kids during this stage.
Don't be getting nobody pregnant during the lust and
don't
infatuation stage.
don't be trying to have kids during this stage, because you're gonna be SOL.
Step away from the R. Kelly and Trey Songz music, okay? Stay away from it. You're gonna think you in love, but it's your body chemicals kind of fooling you into thinking that you're in love, so that you can stay with the person long enough to form a bond. That's what these chemicals are doing. Is making you hone in on one person long enough to form a bond,
Well,
but
you
you
know
haven't
what,
bonded
Faith?
yet.
Another thing too. Think about the time frame. It's keeping you together long enough to copulate and have an offspring.
Right.
Because
Right.
because elephants are pregnant for a year, and humans are pregnant for 9 months. So this, I mean, it covers that time span. is keeping you together long enough and in a state of euphoria long enough to where you think this is the end all and the be all, and you're going to copulate and you know want be heavily motivated to have a child or to get
That's true.
pregnant. You're going to be spending so much time together. This is where you can get pregnant right here.
And another thing is scientists often say that this is addictive. When you
Yes.
feeling the chemicals norepinephrine, dopamine, and serotonin, that the hypothalamus of your brain emits these chemicals. And
Yes.
these are your pleasure and reward center chemicals. So
Yes.
when you're with the woman or you with the guy and you're feeling all these warm fuzzies and stuff like that, it is addictive. And that's the reason why you got to have more and more of this person. This is the reason why you can't get this person off your mind, because your brain is tricking you into wanting to mate with this person. This is
Yes.
nature's way of doing it. This is the reason why we say biology is very important, so that you can understand the psychology of what's happening in your body, why your body is feeling the way it's feeling.
Mhm.
So now the last thing is attachment. This is long-term love. This is the key stage and the success to long-term relationships is the attachment phase. That's the last phase. This is a calmer form of love that affects us differently compared to the lust and the attraction stage. After about 4 years, 4 years, guys, get this, it takes 4 years to get to the attachment stage.
Yes.
After 4 years of being in a relationship, the dopamine level decreases and the attraction goes down. So you actually, the longer you're with each other, you start not to be attracted to each other anymore.
Hey,
So
guess what,
basically,
Faith?
mhm,
When you said 4 years, guess what it reminded me of? Do you remember that video that went viral of the young ladies that went through 4 years of college, and when they were graduating, they were all showing their engagement rings?
yes,
4 years of college,
four
4 year
years.
relationship.
That's how long it takes to develop attachment. So now you're past the infatuation stage, and now it's for real, because the dopamine level decreases and attraction goes down. So what's left after that? Attachment. If things are going well, the dopamine gets replaced by two hormones. The first hormone, and I've been talking about this hormone ad nauseum, is oxytocin. And then the second hormone is vasopressin. They create the desire to bond with your partner and nurture them. So oxytocin is the love hormone. This is the hormone that gives you feelings of trust, loyalty, fidelity. That's the hormone that pretty much brings all that out of you. And that doesn't kick in men especially, until about, maybe 4 years down the road. So now attachment allows couples to stay together long enough to raise children, develop a deep, meaningful bond, grow old together, and feel that level of contentment that surpasses lust, physical attraction, and everything else. This is the chemical oxytocin that'll have you, if your man gets into a car accident and he can't walk again, it makes you not run away and find a man who can walk, but it makes you stay there and try to nurture him back to health. It's the same chemical that has a man, if the woman, has a baby and she's focusing all her attention on the baby and doesn't give him any sex anymore, well, this is the chemical that keeps him from going and having sex with another woman, because he's understanding that she's bonding with the baby at that time. So
Yes.
that oxytocin is very important.
Yes. Yes.
So now the three stages above that I spoke of, they apply to both men and women, but what happens on a biological level is where the differences lie. So we're going to talk about how men fall in love now, because this is the whole preface Priscilla's talking point, that men are incapable of love. And I am saying that there is somewhat of a there, but she's not really telling you the full story, because she has even said it herself, that when she says men are incapable of love, she's not actually saying all men are incapable of love. She's saying that very few men get to the point where they are capable of love. And this biological breakdown is how I'm going to help you understand what she's trying to convey to you.
And then too, she says that men are incapable of love, and then she has a theory, but she's only talking about testosterone, and there's a lot more involved, and that's just kind of like she's being myopic in her assessment of explaining her theory. So this is
Right.
more in depth in terms of, even though we're lay people, this is English that everyone can identify with and everyone can understand. We're not trying to talk over anybody's head. It's just that this is what we have observed.
Exactly. So now let's get into the biology of what Princella might be trying to convey to you here, because she's saying that it's not that all men are incapable of love. It's just most men are, because it is very difficult for them to get to the point where they can love. And here's the biological reason why. It's not just testosterone. Now, there are certain neurotransmitters and hormones that need to build up over time before man or woman falls in love. Now, according to love biologist Don Maslar, the chemicals dopamine and vasopressin are vital for a man to start falling in love, whereas it's oxytocin and dopamine for women. So I want women especially to pay attention to that. Take note. The chemicals dopamine and vasopressin. Memorize this. Memorize it. Write it down. If you got a pen and a paper, memorize this. Dopamine and vasopressin are vital for a man to start falling in love. Okay? And it's oxytocin and dopamine for women. Now, oxytocin is often nicknamed the love or cuddle hormone. This is also plays an important role in men too, but it comes later, with emphasis on the words later, ladies. Don't say that Faith and AP ain't did nothing for y'all, okay? We're trying to break it down to later. We're trying to break it down to later. That's wait a
And
minute.
see, Faith, too.
I'm hearing feedback.
Well, see, another thing too, Faith, is that the reason why we're talking about it like this is because the older ladies would say, "Don't buy the cow if the milk is free." They would talk in riddles, and they weren't really explaining things to children. And then you're like, "Well, what does that mean? What does a cow have to do with anything?" You know what I'm saying? And we're trying to break it down because these young people, they're smart. These Generation Z, they're smart, and maybe they can benefit from this, because we're not talking in riddles, we're talking plain talk. We're joking around a little bit, but still, we're just trying to break it down, because it wasn't broken down like this for me. I wish somebody would have told me when I was a young person this.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of having to figure out them riddles. What the hell does that mean? You know what I'm saying? I wish somebody would have broke it down and said, here you go, this is what it is.
Well, let's go ahead and hold on, AP. There's a lot of eight feedback here. Do you have Is there
Okay.
something going in the background?
Hold on. How about that?
Okay, yeah, that's way better.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't like my microphone. I mean my headphones.
Oh, okay. But can you hear okay?
I can hear okay.
Oh, okay. All right, so let's get back to the nitty-gritty of it. Now, when men are dating you, ladies, I want you to pay attention. When they're dating you and they're not yet in love with you, their testosterone levels are higher. And because of the high level of testosterone, that blocks the bonding effects of oxytocin. So that's the reason why oxytocin comes into play later for men. Because when men first get with you and they haven't bonded with anybody, their testosterone levels are automatically going to be higher because they haven't bonded with anyone yet. So basically, what this means is, and I want you all to pay attention, that while that man's dick is hard, look, I got to say dick and pussy sometime in the stream, but while that man's dick is hard, and while he's wanting you and he's attracted to you and he's interested, he's going to stick around as long as it takes to try to get that pum pum. Now, ladies, this is the only job you have. Don't give it to him. That's the only job you have. Don't give it to him yet. Make him wait. Because a common misconception is that men fall in love in the bedroom. But Maslow believes that some men may lose interest if sex happens too quickly. A woman may bond more closely to a man after sex in the early dating stages, but a man won't necessarily reciprocate those feelings, ladies, right away. And here is why. Maslow breaks it down. He says a man's dopamine levels and vasopressin increase when they are dating you, they're enjoying your company, and their dick is hard and they're sexually interested in you. But soon as you give it up, right away, their vasopressin levels drop down to 0. And when they have sex with you, that's it. They got what they wanted. So now they're disinterested, and now they're interested in having sex with other women. That's what happens when you give it up too fast. Now, women, on the other hand, our dopamine and oxytocin will also gradually increase. If we're dating a guy, we're sexually attracted to him, and we're just having a good time with him, we are, we're in dopamine, oxytocin heaven. As a matter of fact, we sitting up here on the date. We're already planning the wedding. However, the difference between us and them is that our oxytocin level rises considerably when we have an orgasm. So remember, I told you that oxytocin is the love hormone that gives you feelings of trust, fidelity, wanting to bond with the person. Well, after we have an orgasm, ladies, we're bonded to this guy. But if we give it up too soon, he might not have been with us long enough to form a bond with us. Because remember, testosterone blocks oxytocin. So the longer a man is with you, his testosterone levels will drop, and that will give the oxytocin time to kick in, where he can also feel bonded to you. But if you give him sex too soon and you orgasm, keyword on if he makes you orgasm. Now, if he doesn't make you orgasm, you might be safe. You might be safe.
Yeah, but also there's chemicals in sperm that also are bonding drugs, so to speak. And that's a double dose of a drug.
Exactly. And what AP is saying is true. But now the chemicals in the sperm, that's temporary. So you will be temporarily bonded to that guy. Either way it goes, I'm just going to say, ladies, we fucked.
Yeah.
Because if you let him nutting you raw, there's going to be a temporary attachment through the sperm. And if he makes you come, the oxytocin level will rise. And that's a long-term being goddamn dick whipped. Okay? That's the reason why, Princella says that there's a lot of women running around here with peanut whacker juice on the brain.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about. But it's just that she's, that's what she's talking about. And this manifests itself. And how many times do you see women that are in love with men and having children
for these men, and the men can't stand them. He doesn't even like them. And it's because all of this happened like maybe within a 3-month period of time. He doesn't even like this woman. He never got a chance to even get to that point, what you're talking about.
Precisely. So now this transitions us over into what Maslow calls the Coolage Effect. And so the Coolage Effect is a biological phenomenon observed in animals, whereby males progressively lose interest in mating with the same female, yet they have a heightened sexual interest in new females. So that's what the Coolage Effect is when you give it up too soon. So it is believed that when a man first starts dating, they're very excited, their dopamine and vasopressin go up, but if they are satiated sexually too quickly, they drop back down. Therefore, a man may lose interest and pursue other women and not be around long enough to even fall in love. So that's the reason why your mamas, your aunties, your grandmamas, even your grandpappies, they all used to tell you, hey, don't, open your legs too quick. Keep your legs closed. Get to know him. Let him get to know you, because it's going to take time for that man to bond with you. And once them testosterone levels drop, that means he's bonded, and that's going to open up the pathways for the oxytocin to kick in. And then he's ready to have a bonded relationship with you. The WAP, the JJ, when you think your stuff is like super, super good, nope, that ain't it. That ain't it. That's not what's going to bond him to you.
That's another thing, Faith. Remember how men went out to war and they were writing letters to their girlfriends, and then when they came back, they got married?
Yes.
Because throughout the war, he fell in love with her. He fell in love with her through the letters, and maybe she sent him a picture and she was already a pretty woman. And then through the letters, he fell in love with her. And then by the time he got off of war, the first thing he did, he wanted to marry her. So the bond happened while he was away at war.
Precisely. Now, studies show that men who are in committed romantic relationships, have a 21% lower testosterone than men who are not. That means that when a man commits, their testosterone level will no longer be blocking the bonding hormone oxytocin and helping them fall in love and develop a long-term bond with you. The study also showed that marriage is not a defining factor, because both married and unmarried men can be in a committed relationship and experience lower testosterone levels. So this is the reason why a lot of times when men get married and they didn't really love their wife, they're entering into a commitment with this woman on paper, but biologically his testosterone levels are still high. Oxytocin has not kicked in, and so soon after he's married to this woman, he's out there trying to bid down other women. He's not committed to this woman, and he has not created a bond to that woman. A lot of times men will get with you out of lust. They will get with you because they think you're a trophy wife. They'll get with you because they need to live with you because you got a house, or you got money, or there's something that they want from you, but they're not bonded to you through love. So this is the reason why the study says marriage is not a defining factor.
Yes. And you know what? Another thing, it is a good idea, or it does make sense for the testosterone levels to reduce by 20%, because by this time you may have offspring, and you don't want people around your offspring with full testosterone levels.
Exactly.
Because that, he's going to be helping out raising the children, and you don't want that. So that does align, and it does make sense.
And also, I want to point out that when a man's testosterone levels drops, according to Waslow, um, it does not mean that they are going to experience a diminished sex drive. That's not true at all. What will happen is that they should lose interest in pursuing sex from other women. And that's when the oxytocin love hormone comes in, and it gives them feelings of protecting, of loving, of caring, of nurturing, and wanting to be with you and only you. That's what oxytocin is. That's the reason why they call it the love hormone. And like I said, it does not activate in men until much later, because you have to wait until the testosterone level drops, so that the high testosterone is not blocking the hormone from activating, so that he can develop those emotions for you. So that's the reason why they tell you, hey, don't rush into anything. Take your time before you rush into having sex or rush into a commitment.
Yes.
So that's pretty much my spiel. It took all of 35 minutes to get that out, and this is what I believe Princella means when she's saying that men are incapable of love. It's not that they're all incapable of love. It's just that you may not have been in a situation where you allowed the man enough time to bond with you so that he can love, or maybe that man did not want to bond with you, because
Yes.
it's ultimately his decision.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
I used to,
because she did. Excuse me, but she did touch on it when she said the whack-a-mole, whatever juice. She knows about it.
the peanut whacker juice.
Yeah, she knows about it, but why did she? I question, why did she not elaborate on it? Because that would have broadened people's understanding of her argument. She knows, she has to know about it for her to make that statement that there's bonding agents in sperm. And this is why you have so many instances of men with so many children, and they don't like any of them. They don't like the wife. They're running away because they want, the women are all bonded, but the men are running away going, I don't know that chick. She's a 304 and she's bothering me and she's following me and I don't want to pay child support. This guy hasn't bonded with any of those women, but they're all bonded with him.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got a couple of interesting questions from the architect down in the chat room. Here, I'm going to highlight some of these comments here so that we can get to answering the question. So here's the first question. Let me go ahead and get that up here on the screen. So the architect wants to know, how do you explain couples who get engaged in less than 6 months and get married before 2 years? Did you want to tackle that first?
I mean, these numbers are just an average, and it's pretty much like a safe, and when you're saying that, are these arranged marriages, or are these marriages where the people just met one another?
Well, I will say this. I know what the architect is talking about. And it is not uncommon for people to get married during the infatuation stage.
Okay.
And see, this is why, you have to look at the biology and the nuances of what I am explaining to you here. Because I explained to you that the infatuation stage lasts 6 months to 2 years.
Right.
And during that stage, people will really believe that they're in love. And so during that stage, people do run and get married. It's not uncommon.
Yeah, because they're striking the iron while the iron is hot. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's going to be, the hottest between 6 months and 2 years.
And see, this is why the divorce rate is so high, because a lot of people are getting married during the infatuation stage, but they haven't taken time to create a attachment and a bond to that person that is with, how can I say, true love. So the next thing you know, the infatuation wears off, and like I said, the longer you're together, attraction starts to go down. And so when that attraction goes down, it depends on whether that man has bonded with you and if he likes you. If the attraction goes down and his testosterone level is high, he has not created that bond with you, then he's going to soon start cheating and going outside of the marriage because he's going to be interested in other women. And that's biological. That's biological. However, there are some cases where people get married during the infatuation stage and the man actually does like you. So after the smoke clears and after the relationships start leveling out, he's bonded with you. His testosterone level has lowered, and now he's fully in, he's fully committed. That can happen too. So that's how you explain that, architect. When people get engaged in less than 6 months, they're still in the infatuation stage, but it can go either way. Either after the smoke clears, after the infatuation wears off, they're going to realize, oh, I made a big mistake, or the man could actually like the deal that he got into, and he begins to bond with the woman. But the man bonding, it's not going to happen within that 6 months.
Okay, do we have more? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was saying good question.
Yeah, it is a good question.
The architect asks another question. He says, why does sex have to be something that we give to men and not something mutually enjoyable? I think that the fantasy of love being synonymous with sex or male-female relationships is a problem. And that is exactly how can I say?
The price that the woman is paying is not the same as the price that the man is playing.
Yes.
The risk for the woman is a lot higher than the risk for the man. And so she has to do something to equalize the risk, because she's going to be the one that's going to have the worst end of the deal if it doesn't work out. She's going to be the one left with a child that the father hates her, hates the kids, and he's running away from her. And this is going to be a milestone around her neck for a very long time. And it's also humiliating to be chasing down somebody to pay child support that hates you. So the risk for the woman is a lot higher. So she has to be more careful, because she is going to be the loser a lot more than the man is.
Exactly. And biologically speaking, even nature kind of tries to help women out with that, because in nature, it makes it very hard for women to have an orgasm during intercourse. Because once we orgasm, our oxytocin levels go up and we begin to create a bond with the man immediately once we orgasm. So to offset this, nature gave women a little tiny thing.
Yeah.
and we know what that is. And it's located in an area where it's very, very hard during the coupling process to stimulate. So it makes it very hard for us to form a bond and attachment during intercourse. And because the intercourse is more of a reward for men than it is for women, a man will have to be doing a hell of a lot in order to get that woman to orgasm and form that bond. So nature helps us out in that way. But I will say this, what AP is saying is right. Women get the short end of the stick with it because it takes men longer to form a bond with the woman and have those feelings of wanting to love and take care of her and nurture her and protect her. It takes time. So because it takes time, sex does have to be something that women give to men as a reward for your love, your protection, and for you making that commitment. It's a reward. And see, this is the red pill that a lot of men don't want to hear. But even in nature sets it up where women gives it as a reward. So
Because
that's the reason why.
yeah, because a lot of men think that this is their right, and even nature is supporting, what Faith is saying, because the woman is going to be in a horrible predicament. That's why the black community looks the way it looks, because these women bonded with these men before the men bonded with them. And these guys, the way they talk about the women, they don't really sound like they even like the women. And again, this could be why Princella came up with the men don't love the women, because this could be part of it. This could be
It,
part of it.
it definitely is part of it. You would have to be a hell of a woman in a man's eyes for him to want to make those types of commitments and sacrifices. So if he's with you for a period of time and he has not bonded with you, then it's time for you to move on, ladies, and
Yes.
find somebody that wants to provide that for you. The problem with us a lot of times is we think that we are going to pull it out of a man by giving him all this good sex, and it's sex, 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 and sex, sex, and more sex. And
And cooking and
biology,
cleaning and washing and ironing. And,
yeah,
and like the example that you gave earlier about Tina Turner. Okay, she did all of that.
she did. She was a stepmama before she even got out of high school.
Yeah. So how did that work for her?
I beat her ass for
And
years
then
and years.
and then when she got away from him and she married the second person that she married, he knew her for years and she kept telling him no, 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 no. And finally she realized, okay, this man does love me.
But she had to find out what right looked like first.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
So the architect also says that those marriages last longer than the ones where the woman wait too long or try too hard. See, I love how men are always trying to get women to give up the goods fast, fast, fast. Kevin Samuel says something about, oh, women should give it up at least by the third date.
And then if you listen to them, then they'll say you're ran through. So again, this is a lose-lose argument for women.
Exactly. Women get the short end of the stick, as AP has been pointing out. There is no reward in it for us to be giving it up so soon.
That's another thing too. When you have breakfast and you have ham and eggs, the chicken was inconvenienced, but the pig made the ultimate sacrifice because he had to be dead for you to get those hams. So when you're asking women to have sex before a man has bonded with them, she's making a bigger sacrifice than the man is making. So you can't
Absolutely.
expect her, it's not even. She's not having sex with you because she's playing with you or because she's this or she's that. The playing field is not even. And this is the only thing that makes sense for her to do, to try to ensure that the man at least likes her. Before, she needs to see signs that you like her, that you're invested in her, and that you're not going to leave the first sign of trouble.
Okay, so now the architect is saying, I think women committing to men who are not their fiance for a short term or husband, then she's doing herself a disservice. I think women should date multiple men and withhold sex from all of them.
I agree with that. I agree
Yeah,
with
I think so.
I
Yeah,
agree with
I dated multiple guys before I married my husband.
yes, I agree with that.
And Eugene's still in the house. What's up, Eugene? He says, when you are dating with a purpose, sex is optional and she will give you some if you are worthy of it. I think this is true, but the man being worthy of it is him offering commitment. That's what makes the man worthy. Because I can tell you, in this day and age, women, we make our own money. We got our own homes. We got our own vehicles. We really those of us that are women that are worth our salt and we know how to adult. We pretty much already have that. So what we're looking for in men is we're looking for a man that's going to complement us. A man that's going to protect us, make us feel loved, make us feel cherished, and he's going to help add on to everything that we currently have and make life a lot easier when we go to procreate and have children with him. Is he going to take up the flack, the financial flack, while I'm off work rearing the children? So that's what we're looking for. And so when we give men our bodies, we're giving our bodies as a reward for him providing us with that. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We will give it if you are worthy. But the problem is a lot of women do not know what right looks like. So that's the reason why it took Tina Turner a long time to unbond with Ike. And she was bonded to him.
She was bonded to him, and she was sold out by her mom from the very beginning. I mean, she didn't seem like she had any type of guidance from her mom, and her dad should have been teaching her how to date and how to vet, and he should have been helping, but it didn't look like he was anywhere in the picture. So she pretty much just got thrown to the lions and had to figure it out herself.
Okay, architect says that he didn't say anything about sex. Let me go to your original comment because I thought I read it correctly. You said, why does sex have to be something that we give to men and not something mutually enjoyable? I think that the fantasy of love being synonymous with sex or male female relationships is a problem. You did mention sex, and we did answer the question. Next.
Okay. Next comment.
Okay, so I don't see any other questions. Did you want to open the panel, or did you want to
That
you?
sounds great.
Okay, he said it was a different question. Hold on. What? How many questions did you ask?
Well,
He
he
did ask
we
a
can
lot.
open up the panel, and then he can ask us in real time.
Yeah, because all this reading.
Yeah, because I'm old and I can't see.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the link down in the chat room for anybody that wants to come up. If you have questions, if you want to make any type of statements or comments about what you've heard thus far, if you want to answer the question to the title, is Princella's theory that all men are incapable of love valid? Do you think that we did a good job today of breaking down why she believes this and what she's talking about as far as the biological makeup of men being a barrier and the psychology? And like I said, black people, I have a problem with black people because we run away from math and science. We do. We will talk about psychology until we are blue in the face because we love to fancy ourselves as pimps. Even the women want to be pimps. And all that is trying to get into the psychology, somebody's mind, somebody's psyche. We always trying to get into somebody's psyche. But we don't want to learn things that have to do with facts and figures. So when we talk about factual stuff that doesn't deal with emotion, we run. Run, nigga, run. Run, nigga, run.
Yeah, I mean, that is true because when it comes to numbers, like sometimes as far as budgets are concerned and accounting is concerned, uh, sometimes there's a lot of things that Black people don't get right all of the time. And then when it comes to science, a lot of people just think it's boring and they just don't want to know about it. But it's very real and it's a part of our everyday life. And we would be enriching ourselves if we did pay more attention to science.
Absolutely. Now, the architect did say early on that he said he heard, or I don't know if architect is male or female, so I do apologize. But they said that they heard Princella refer to oxytocin effects on men as duty and care, not love. To me, it makes sense logically. So that was a statement that architect made earlier.
Okay, well, I think that, I think that part of her message is valid but sometimes I think that it's not elaborated on. And we may be saying similar things to what she's saying, but we're explaining it different.
Okay, well, speaking,
This may be why she keeps saying that they're incapable of love, is because maybe she saw a lot of instances of men that did not bond with women and treated the women badly.
exactly. Well, speak of the devil, the the architect is up here, and now we get to have the conversation rather than read in the chat room and possibly misconstrue something. So, welcome, 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 the architect.
Welcome, architect.
Hi, I'm not a guy, I'm a lady.
Okay,
Um,
you know what? I
We
had
have
a
to
feeling
wait
I
a little
didn't
bit.
know.
Yeah, because there's no picture, and that's why we wanted you to come up so that we wouldn't misgender you.
okay, sure. Yeah, so I'd asked about those marriages where people get married really quickly in their relationship, and then typically tend to last longer than those who wait a long time. And so that's one of the ones my comments where um I wanted more explanation, but that one wasn't addressed to explain that particular situation. And then another one where I wanted to know about where the woman say if they have like a post nuptial agreement or something where they decide, okay, well, if we're supposed to split, you, the man, take full custody of our children. Like in those situations, like how do you explain that? Like with the whole men are incapable or not or capable of love and all that. Yeah.
Okay, I think that the purpose of the stream, or the the subject of the stream, and I do appreciate your questions. They're very intelligent questions, and we all want to think outside of the box as much as we can to expand our minds. But I think that what Faith's uh, she's basically trying to get people to look at the unseen as well as the seen. And we're not talking about people that are in successful marriages, or we're not targeting people that are in successful marriages or groups of people who had prenuptial agreements. We're talking about people not ignoring the science of attraction and love. That's what the subject matter is about. And again, I do appreciate your question, but um, this is after the fact. We're talking about the initial meeting people and things that people are overlooking and not thinking about in the beginning stages, and how to be cognizant of these issues, because it is going to become part of attraction, and it may affect the longevity in your relationship. And when you make decisions, that you also take this into consideration, um, in terms of other things, that think about this too. That's what she's basically trying to say. We're not theorizing about marriages that already happened, or we're not theorizing about prenuptial agreements or post-nuptial agreements or custody. We're going before all of this stuff even happens. That's pretty much what we're talking about. We're just asking people to consider this whenever you're getting with a person.
Yeah, and
I'm
I
sorry. I'm kind of a little bit disappointed that because it's just okay. So this is one tiny part of the whole thing. There's the dating, that's a teeny tiny part. However, I think if you're going to be looking at love or people's capabilities or examine that, I think maybe like the whole picture of looking at marriages that have broken, marriages that are successful, people who are dating, people who are in non-committed single people, the whole works. Like look at all of it as a whole, not just one part. And the thing is, it's not just one little piece of it that is a part of the puzzle. That teeny tiny wait 4 years for a ring. I don't know about that being like a good advice to give women.
She didn't say that.
Well,
I
you
didn't
spoke
say
about
anything like that. I when I came in, and I don't know if you were here. You probably wasn't here. I gave the
She
disclaimer.
wasn't here. She wasn't here.
Yeah, I gave the disclaimer. I said we are not professionals. We're not psychiatrists. We're not biologists. I said what we're doing is we are introducing another theory to the argument. And this is the theory that I have done research on, and so this is what I'm presenting. I'm presenting the scientific portion that Princella is trying to put out there, but Princella only talks about one thing, and that is testosterone, and she talks about it ad nauseum. Now, you said that she mentioned about oxytocin. I hadn't heard her mention anything about oxytocin because she talks about testosterone all the time.
okay.
So I went into a little bit more depth and detail about how these different hormones affect us in the process of falling in love. Now, as far as after the fact, people that are already married and all that type of stuff, that's like after the falling in love process. I'm talking about how we got there.
Okay. So I have heard her in a few lives talk about those hormones in men, and she calls them an anomaly, where it's like it's only like not everybody who's capable of like getting there. But then she also talks about another subgroup that is more dedicated to duty and care, and not and it has nothing to do with love, which to me makes a lot of sense when you think of people like relationships and why people would cheat, especially men would cheat, and it would be um, it's more like the ones who wouldn't cheat would be because they have a duty to their word or their commitment, right?
I agree
Whereas
with
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, I agree with
so,
that.
so like so like I don't think it has to do anything with love. Love doesn't keep a marriage together at all.
Okay.
It yeah, it does. No, it doesn't. I've been married for like what, almost 16 years now. Like, it doesn't keep a marriage together. It takes a lot more, and also getting along. It should. It's one of those things people overlook that and think marriage should be hard. Marriage is not supposed to be hard.
But
But I also
you do understand. No, because I just want to reiterate Faith's disclaimer. You do understand that this is for entertainment purposes, that we are not professionals, and that this is a theory that we are fleshing out. And some of what we're saying may overlap, or it may corroborate some of what Princella is saying. You do know that, right?
That's very obvious. I mean, like,
Okay.
that is
Right.
obvious. I mean,
But
we,
I did what you're saying is something that I did go over here as well, because I talked about the attachment stage. And I talked about after about 4 years of being in a relationship that the dopamine level decreases and the attraction goes down. And I talked about how people are not even really attracted to each other anymore. It's just kind of like the relationship is leveling out. And so, yeah, there does have to be something more there besides, a lust and an attraction and all these other things. I did, go over that. I don't know if you were listening.
yeah, I was
So,
listening. Sorry, I was listening.
yeah,
I've been listening to all of them. I've just been in the back, not saying anything
yeah.
for all of
So that's
them.
what I was saying. Like we talked about how the stage 3 progressment of attachment. You know that right there is what happens, such as in arranged marriages. When you get into an arranged marriage, you can go straight from just the lust portion straight over into the attachment portion that has absolutely nothing to do with being attracted to the person, or having those warm fuzzy feelings or anything. We did go over that.
And Faith
Yeah, but I
too. I
that
just wanted to just something real quick. If you could, cite the article so that if people could want to read it for their own entertainment purposes, like if there's some piston that we're not hitting on that they wanted to read themselves, that they're free to do that. We are, also referring to a study.
Correct. And I will leave that in the description box after the video. But yeah, we went over all of that that you're talking about. Because like I said, of attraction and lust and all of that, the first two stages of love, that's going to fizzle out. And so what you're going to be left with is a feeling of just being bonded to that person and content. And so you level out right around that area. And so that's what you're talking about. We're saying the same thing, but you're wanting me to go into more details with it. But I'm not. What do you call it? I'm not a biologist. I'm not a psychologist, so I can only go from the little research that I've done so far. So I hope that I've answered your question, though.
um not really, but I mean, thanks.
Well, I don't know what you're looking for. I mean, what more are you looking for?
I was actually looking for it to be like more substance, but then the thing is like um I don't know, it's very surface level and not taking in consideration the whole picture. So that's
Yes,
where I'm like,
because we're lay people and we're not
I'm
endocrinologists or we're not scientists, but Faith is going to put down in the link where her source came from, so that you could read that, and there may be footnotes where you can go more in depth. Because if you feel that that would be beneficial to you, you could probably follow some of the other reference material regarding this issue. But we're talking about it from a layman's point of view and for
Right.
entertainment purposes.
It's the same way as like when I was on Dita Rail's channel last night, and I was trying to go into the science and biology of it, and he told me, he said, "Well, that's not my area of expertise," and so he didn't even touch it.
yeah, okay.
And
Well, yeah,
right,
I also wanted to let you well, I disagreed with the conclusion about the arranged marriage um as well. It just to me it's like it's not logical.
okay. Well, what exactly isn't logical about it? Can you
Yeah,
go into depth and
sure,
expound on what it is that you're exactly not agreeing with here?
sure.
Well, are you
So
part of an arranged
um
marriage, ma'am? Did you want to
sorry, I'm gonna answer
explain
Faith's
that?
question. Answer your question, Faith. So so basically in an arranged marriage, two people don't know each other and then they're thrown together. There's no attachment. There's no love. There's nothing. It's just two people who are sharing space, and then they have to learn how to live with each other. And there sometimes nothing happens, no attachments there. The whole life of their marriage is just a duty marriage. And then other times they grow to become fond of each other. And we've seen those cases, like people have come out and give their testimonies about arranged marriages. And then other times it turns terrible, and the couples can't stay together. The woman has to run off, and like most times this is done in countries where women don't really have much
Okay,
right.
Okay,
but we are
AP, you know what? Sometimes I feel like when I be talking, the people in the audience, all they hear is wah 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 wah
well,
wah
the
wah wah
thing
wah.
is, ma'am, I'm not exactly, I don't mean to be xenophobic. I do detect an accent, but Faith and I
Okay,
are ADOS, and we're talking
okay.
about what happens in this country, and typically we do not subscribe to arranged marriages.
But
Um,
but but
but
AP,
yeah,
what she just explained, I said this earlier.
yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing is that,
It's like
yeah.
I would say it, but she's not comprehending that I said it.
Well,
Because
okay. Why don't we do this? Why don't
what
we
you
I
do
just
think
this?
about
ex- wait.
Go ahead.
What you just explained about how men and women, that are in arranged marriages, that sometimes when people get into the marriage, that sometimes they don't feel anything. I said to you earlier when you had that comment up, let me go back to that comment. You had a comment up earlier where you asked me this, and it was asked and answered. And the same thing that you just said, I said it to you. I said there are some times when a person they get into this infatuation stage. I said the infatuation stage, it can last 6 months to 2 years. And you asked me, well, how is it that these people get married, and they only know each other for 6 months? I said people get married during the infatuation stage all the time. I said, and one or two things can happen. I said either they're married in the infatuation stage and the infatuation wears off, and they find out that there's no love there at all. Now, some people get a divorce, or some people stay together in a loveless relationship, or they can find out that they like that situation that they're in, and they begin to form the bond. Did I or did I not say this?
yes,
You
of
said,
course you did, and I agree that yes, you said that. However, it's missing nuances, like real life nuances, and that's
okay,
Okay, well,
where I'm
okay,
okay,
well,
struggling.
that would have to be a different show.
yeah, yeah, because you want me to go through all the nuances, and I'm trying to figure out what more nuance did you want? Because what you just described to me in your own words was what I had already explained. And now you're wanting more nuances.
Well,
So
it
now
sounds,
I need to understand. No, no, AP. I
yeah.
need you to tell me exactly what these other nuances are. Because right now all you're doing is regurgitating back to me things I've already told you.
Okay, so which part?
Well, you tell me.
Let's talk about a bunch of different things. So which part? And then we
Okay,
can go.
well let's start with the part that we've already agreed upon. Okay, because we went over the whole people getting into marriages 6 months in, and they're still in the infatuation stage, and love may or may not develop. We both agree on that. So now, what other nuances do you want to go into?
Right. So other nuances would be situations about why people get together in the first place. So that's one. And I think there's no research around like that part. So that part is missing, and that's like an opportunity for people to look into that nuance as research. But and then say another one would be um, religion, family, uh, background, and so on, and cultural. So then that's another nuance.
Okay. No, 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 no. The architect. When I first came up here, I said I'm going to talk about the biological aspect of falling in love, the chemicals and the hormones that are involved. That's what I said that I'm going to talk about today. And this is what I researched. And I put out the disclaimer, I am not a psychiatrist. I am not a biologist. I said, but this is the missing portion of Princella's commentary that nobody is talking about. And that is what we're here to talk about today.
So also the conclusion that the whole hormone thing explains falling in love, I disagree with that as well. I don't think people fall in love.
Okay.
I don't know of that being a thing. I think there are different things that happen with people, but not like when it comes to love. Love is not something that you just feel.
So you never fell in love with your husband, and your husband never fell in love with you. The two of you are together because of duty.
I'm actually talking about the argument that Faith is addressing. I'm not talking about my personal life.
Okay.
So,
Faith, there's another person on the panel, and the person has been patiently waiting, and I would like to hear what that person needs to say, because we're trying to give everybody a chance here.
Okay, yeah, because architect, you're wanting to go into other nuances of religion and all this other stuff, and that's not what the topic is about. You're wanting me
yeah,
to be this super expert that I told you at the very beginning that I am not. I told you what I researched, and this is what I'm offering, but you want me to offer something that I can't give you.
I think that's unfair to say. It's just I'm just thinking.
How is it unfair to say? I'm not into theology. So you want me to go into marriage, religion as far as marriage, and I'm not a psychiatrist, and I don't delve into that. I'm talking about the biology of it, the science, and this is what I'm talking about. Every time people talk about the biology and the science, people want to go into religion. They want to talk about everything else except the biology and the science.
Yep.
It's all connected though. That's the thing.
Okay.
Like it's all like interconnected, and then
But we're not talking about that today.
But we're not talking about that today, the architect. But we do have Demetrius Higashikata here, and he has been
Say it
patiently
right. Say it
waiting.
right.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hello, Demetrius.
That's not my name.
Am I messing it up?
What is your name then?
What is this
It's
crazy
the caption.
tagline you put on here?
It's a quote.
You know good and daggone well I'm bland. Now you're gonna make me have to look at this daggone banner.
Where's my banner?
And
somebody's gonna get a spanking. I don't know, Faith. He may enjoy the spanking.
Read, nigga, read. What is this? Oh my God. Okay, so we have Mr. Reed, nigga, Reed.
Oh man.
On the panel. What you got to say?
All right. Okay, so the reason why I came up here is because y'all were talking about that concept that it takes men a longer time, and I think H&M and we already covered that. You know what I'm saying? You got to be more careful. It's not that it's just longer for the hell of it. You just got to be more careful.
What do you mean by you got to be more
heartbreaks
careful?
will mess a dude up.
What? Wait a minute. Say that again because I missed it.
Am I cutting out?
No, it's just that I don't understand what you're saying. Can you?
No. Okay. So what Faith was saying about the dudes and the process that it takes for them to fall in love. It takes longer because the dude is being more careful. Okay.
Okay.
I got you.
And the reason why they're being more careful is because men understand that this is a very big decision, and if it doesn't pay off, then you might be scarred for life. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, but do you not see that the risk for the woman is bigger than ego?
Yeah, I
So
understand that.
yeah, but she has an obligation to herself to not be saddled down with children that are unloved and unwanted and to be impoverished.
I agree with you. I didn't disagree with that. I wasn't saying that the men's is bigger. I'm saying that he's more careful about it because it is a big decision for him as well.
Right.
Yeah, well, the architect left. You know, I wanted to get into this conversation about biology and the other hormones besides testosterone that has a bearing on how men and women fall in love, particularly men. And this is like the Clef Note version of what I have researched. Now, the other nuances like going into religions and all that type of stuff, I don't see where that has anything to do with biology and what we're talking about. So, the architect, she came up here. I don't know. I think she's a Princella follower. I don't know if she's,
She is.
okay. Okay. So at the architect, I get what you're saying. The questions are very intelligent. I don't have a problem with being challenged, but it's out of my scope. So when you're saying that you want me to go deeper into a conversation about love and relationships, and that you don't think that people fall in love and all this other stuff, um, I don't know. I think that's like a difference of opinions. We're dealing more in the factual um, situation with dealing with biology. The architect says, "Sorry, Faith, but your guest is rude, xenophobic, and mean spirited. I'm a supporter for a long time, and I do not appreciate how you treated me." What? I'm
Yeah.
going to have to be out. Take care. How? Wait a minute. Did I miss something? Did somebody get mistreated?
Yeah, the thing is that the panel is, we can't just focus on one panel member and ignore a person who's patiently and courteously waiting.
Y'all be killing me here with this. I got mistreated. I got something happened to me, and y'all kill me with this. What's up, D. Darrell?
Hey, D. Darrell. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing is that so we were supposed to just leave, the other panelists just sitting on their thumbs, while
Well,
you're
I
having this circular rhetoric with this person where the person asked you questions, you answered the question, and the person just keeps going in a circle. So this the conversation isn't going anywhere if you have to keep answering over and over again something that you already answered.
yeah, and I
AP,
have to agree with AP.
hold on. If I may, the architect. If you come back and listen to this channel and this video in particular, know that the conversation literally just kept looping and looping. And I think what AP was saying is, she doesn't know if there's like a cultural disconnect there, why you're not like connecting the dots there because of the culture that you've been raised in. But they
I
still
have
have a show
friends.
to run at the end of the day.
I have friends that were in arranged marriages, and so they don't believe in romantic, getting together romantically, and but a lot of Americans do believe in it. And so Faith was talking about, this is something that is particular to this country. And she's just given people advice that if this is the route you're going, here's some tips. No one is trying to be insulting to any other culture and any other race, but I would not go onto a panel where people were talking about arranged marriages and disrupt the panel and start asking questions that is not about the topic and then say that they're being xenophobic toward me.
Yeah, because she was wanting to go more in depth about religion, and it was something else that she was saying, you know, how that affects marriages. She wanted to veer away from the topic of science and biology. And
And
like I
remember, I don't mean to cut you off. Also, this is in alignment with your channel, because do you remember a few weeks ago, we had a person who was on your panel and they kept saying they kept talking about their religion. And what did we do?
that was woman's fear. Yeah.
But we told the person that that is a polarizing topic and that we're not talking about that today, and that can we please stick to the subject. So this is something that if this person is a long time supporter, why does this person not know that whenever we get off subject, we realign ourselves and we adjust the compass and we say, I'm sorry, we're not talking about that right now. So why would that person feel like this is not the topic and we're not prepared to start a brand new topic because we're trying to get off? So that's what happened the last time, and that's what happened this time. So
You know, I find that women come up here and do that. Because most of the time, you know, like the men come up here, like Demetrius comes up here, he talks about the topic.
Yeah.
For the most part, you know, Spade came up here, you know, last night, and he stuck to the topic. But for whatever reason, I don't know why, the women will come up here and they'll do that. I don't know why they do that.
Yeah, it's disrespectful to the host because you did research before you started this, you know, topic. And then if a person is asking you about plumbing, or the person is asking you about fixing a street or horticulture, that's off topic. And so you're disrupting the flow of the conversation, and you're being disrespectful to the preparation that was made by the host.
I didn't have a problem with what she was asking, but she wanted me to go into more depth and detail with it. And after I explained to her, I said, well, I'm really a layperson in this. I said, this is the extent of my research that I've done on this subject.
Yes.
And then she continued to say she wanted more. And I asked her, I said, well, what are you talking about? She said, well, you didn't answer the question. And the question was about how do you explain people who get into relationships after just knowing each other for 6 months, and then there's no love that develops. And I answered her question. I said, people get married during the infatuation stage all the time. I said, and one or two things could happen. I said, either during the infatuation stage, after they're married, and the infatuation wears off. I said, a lot of times people divorce during that time. That's the reason why a lot of the divorce rate is high. Or they'll stay together and they'll just kind of settle for each other. I said, that happens too. I said, or another thing that could happen is the bonding process will continue because the person likes the situation that they got into. I said, so those are the three things that can happen, but that wasn't enough. She wanted me to incorporate.
She alluded to arranged marriages, and then she said, then she started talking about arranged marriages. And then when I asked her, was she in an arranged marriage? She didn't want to answer my question. And then when I said, well, do you and your husband, are you just together and you don't love each other? She refused to answer that question. So you're coming on here, going off topic, trying to interrogate people, trying to have this circular argument with people, but then you won't answer any questions. So what's up with that?
Yeah, I don't get it. But anyway, I'm not going to dwell on her any longer. I see that we have two esteemed people on the panel. I have Hustler and Musler and D Darrell. I believe Hustler and Musler was waiting first, and then we'll go over to D Darrell. What's up, Hustler and Musler? What do you have to say on the subject?
Well, first off, how y'all doing today?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing
Good,
great.
good.
I'm good, thank you.
Now, to piggyback off what the last guy was saying, he mentioned something about how we have to be careful. He's absolutely right. It ain't so much we don't want to love; we just have to choose who we love wisely because it's a dirty game out here. I mean, if you marry someone and things don't work out, she can take it for everything you got, and plus she can do you dirty and flip a switch. You know, any first chance she gets. So hey, we have to be careful with who we love and how we love this person because it's just too risky. If things don't work out and y'all get divorced, you could lose half of everything. Got to pay child support and all that kind of stuff. We just careful with our hearts. That's all.
Okay, fair
And as
enough.
far as arranged marriages, somebody mentioned arranged marriages. With the way our society looking, that don't sound like a bad idea. Because nowadays you
Oh
can't even meet
Lord.
a woman. I'm just saying, this to each his own. But the way this world looking, perhaps we need to have arranged marriage because nowadays you can't even look at a woman without looking like harassment, stalking, and all that kind of stuff. So it definitely take a load off of men and a load off of women. Instead of you putting yourself in danger trying to meet somebody in the conventional sense, how about your parents arrange for you to meet this man or meet this woman and y'all can get to know each other like that? No going to the clubs, no going to the bars, no trying to meet somebody on the street. Because now
But
they consider
what
all
if
that
it's somebody
harassment.
that you don't like?
Well, like I said, this ain't gonna work for everybody. That's my and like you said, that's my biggest gripe with the whole arranged marriage. Let's say it's a woman I don't like. I got to put up with this person just because I don't want to be single. I don't want to be by myself and childless for the rest of my life. So yeah, that's my biggest gripe with the whole arranged marriage. If it's someone you don't like, that could be a problem for both the man and the woman. So hey, so I say to each his own, I guess. If they're gonna make arranged marriages a thing in this country, let it be optional at least instead of mandatory. That's my take on that aspect.
Right. Omni Priest says if you have raggedy parents, that won't work either.
If
All
you
right.
got
So
what kind of
anybody,
parents?
she says if you have raggedy parents, then that won't work either.
Oh, raggedy parent. I thought you said regular parents. What
Raggedy.
you mean raggedy parents?
But does
Like they're
anybody
unstable?
else? Did you have more that you wanted to add, Hustler?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Did
I'll pass
anybody
the
else
mic
want
back
to
out.
have anything they wanted to respond to that? What Hustler said?
Well, I was just going to go ahead when it was my chance. I was going to talk on the topic.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, D.
Okay. As it relates to the topic itself, as far as men being incapable of love, and I've kind of harped on this last night, and I don't want to be repetitious about it, but you know that there's and as you stated yesterday, Faith, you know, men love differently than women love differently than men, and I think that when we look at the dynamic of relationship, to me, um, it could be I could understand women or some women interpreting it in that manner, and I think a lot of that could be alleviated with more open communication of what we want from each other and the things that we need to make the opposite sex or the partner feel love. And a lot in relationships, the lack of communication or the inability to communicate is, to me, one of the biggest foundations of relationships not working long term. Um, as it involves um, marriage and whether it's, to me, I don't think the issue is whether, um, even though I am for particularly, you know, assigned marriages and so forth, I'm actually a proponent of that. I think that is something that uh, could be visited, but I think the issue is, to me, dating and the courting process, because looking at a lot of the dynamics that contribute to people developing bad habits and bad perceptions and bad experiences of relationships, a lot of that comes from dating. And I think that in this culture, and particularly in Western culture, dating to me, and particularly when we have, I think that we allow kids to date too early. I think that the whole thing of dating, proms, and all those different things socially should be taken out of out of high schools as far as social aspects of it. I think that that should be something that's guarded and pretty much navigated by parents. And these days we got kids. We don't know a lot of our kids who they dated, who they're seeing, the things that they're doing. I think that when we allow schools to pretty much make that as and I understand the reason why they did it, because it's more of an acclamation towards relationships. But the bottom line is that in the dating process of kids dating, number one, most of those kids are not mature enough to date, and in that we're creatures of habit, we're creatures of conditioning, and we learn a lot of bad behaviors. A lot of kids, because a lot of kids who a lot of these issues as far as personal flaws, as far as it relates to functioning in relationships, didn't start once you were an adult. Some of these things started before you were an adult, and it just basically grows and get worse as you become an adult. Um, I know what I'm saying may come off a bit extreme, but in looking at my experience dealing with people who are in relationships, and when I talk to people who have a lot of issues as far as things, character flaws, an overwhelming majority of them, when they began dating in high school, developed these things about themselves. They developed low self-esteem about themselves, lack of confidence. Um, as far as being promiscuous, whether it's uh, males or females. I mean, a lot of this stuff didn't start as adults. It actually started when they were around 15, 16, or even a little earlier. That's kind of the perspective I'm looking at. I do think that um, you know, parents, because when I look at other cultures such as the Indian culture and the Asian, or as far as Chinese and the other Asian and Indian cultures, they're very guarded with their children dating. Particularly in the Indian culture, they don't even allow the girls to play with boys and the boys to play with girls. In some particular religious wise, they don't even allow that type of, and they are very, very involved in how, as far as um how the kids interact with the opposite sex. And so they're highly functional. They're successful. These people turn out to be normal human beings. They go out and do great things. So I just think that we as far as us as a people, maybe we need to revisit what we allow our children to do, and if that's really, really um benefiting them long term, because we didn't come up with this. We learned this from other culture. In this culture, a lot of what we do is stuff that the majority culture taught us. And I
Yes.
and I think that as Black people, we need to redefine what we do that works for us and our children, and when they become adults. So that's kind of the perspective I have on that.
Okay.
I agree, and I agree with how Indian culture works too, Rail, because I kind of think it's a bad idea, for us to be mixing the sexes. Like, I really believe that boys need to go to their own school and little girls need to go to their own school. I really do.
See,
And
I,
you know
I
what?
went
The
to a
research
private
actually
school
shows
where it was
they
all
do a
girls.
lot better when they don't have that interaction. A lot of those same sex schools, like where they do better. A lot less distractions.
Yeah, I went to a same
Really?
sex school, and
Damn.
when I had to go to regular public school with mixed sex, I was not happy because there was a lot of distractions with boys trying to get the attention of girls, and I really did enjoy going to a same sex school, and I learned a lot more, and there was a lot less distractions.
Yeah, because I remember that time when I had to do a internship in the Jones commercial program in Chicago, and it was an all girls school. And I was more focused when I was at the all girls school than when I was back at my old high school.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, there is some that I understand from a economic standpoint. It's more expensive and it's not as feasible, you know. And I think that this whole thing about, you know, public school system or education itself being a hub for uh teaching kids social skills and learning how to interact with people, I think that's a bit overhyped, because there are kids who function just as well and are just as well adjusted in more guarded environments, you know. And to me, again, like I state, the experiences, there's a lot of other negative things that come along with that when interacting with the opposite sex and so on. You know, there's a thing. You know, there's a percentage of kids. A lot of little girls, they when dating in high school, they suffer domestic violence, just like, you know, women that when they're an adults. You
Yes.
know,
You know
STIs.
what? I know little girls. I know exactly what you're talking about because
Yeah,
when I was in high school, my friend Tasha was dating this boy named Sean. And I mean, we were like 13, 14, and Sean was beating her behind. Like she was legit, going through domestic violence just like a grown woman.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm for boys and girls going to school separately, because it's then you can concentrate on your studies and you don't have to worry about people trying to look under your skirt, or all this not nonsense. You could just concentrate on education.
right. And to me,
Yeah, that's true.
there's other forms, and school shouldn't be, to me, the ultimate hub for socialization, because a lot of people, they belong to religious organizations, other social groups that can equally provide that same environment. Churches, other social organizations that one may be in, or religious organizations or community organizations, they can provide the same thing where you're interacting, or even family, just doing family activities or extended family, and what have you. It doesn't necessarily all have to be comprised of you getting all of this from school.
Well, D. Durrell, in our lifetime, do you think that we're going to get to a point where we decenter children from public school?
Yes, I do. I do think that, particularly after COVID. Now, if you would have asked me that question before COVID, I probably would have said no. But because of COVID and the fact that there's a large percentage of kids who are now doing online schooling, and they're looking at going to schools, and as far as they're getting away from the uh the quote unquote traditional public school and other different types of programs. I do think within the next 20 years, we will have at least 25 to 30% of kids going to school online, or these different, because these online schools, the way they exist now, will be a lot more advanced and well developed in decades to come. And COVID pushed, or let's say it kind of pushed parents to look at alternative means to educate their children. I know for myself, for a fact, interacting with kids who have severe behavioral problems, this actually has decreased um, the fact that these kids are getting in trouble as far as how they feel about themselves, and they function a lot better not being in a school environment. Now, I understand that this is a specialty group of kids who have social issues, emotional and behavioral issues that contribute, but they just are not functioning well in those type of environments. And so I have kids who are in the school environment. They were constantly getting in trouble, always had issues. Online school, now they're making their A and B students because of the online environment of being in a confined space at home, or what have you, and you're doing about 5 hours of schooling a day. And to me, the main thing as far as online schooling is parents maintaining the consistency of children during the work and making sure that they are on the computer getting their coursework and instruction every day. That to me is the most difficult part. If that can be monitored daily and effectively, I mean, I've seen more positives than negatives.
Okay.
Now,
So
I wanted to
I
ask.
would say that there will be
Mhm.
more kids looking at that option.
I wanted to ask the panel. Anybody can jump in and answer this question because I want to veer it back towards men, the ability to love, to, the the biology of testosterone and all these hormones that come into play. But now I wanted to go back to like girls being in school with just girls. When I was in that all girls school, there was less violence too, by the way. I mean, not that violence didn't happen, but in my regular school, in high school, the boys were very intimidating. They even messed with the girls. I mean, they try to intimidate you into, talking to them back when I was going to high school. And that was a scary thing. And so Princella talks ad nauseum about testosterone and the aggression that comes along with boys and men that have high testosterone levels, making the environment unsafe for women and children. And I wanted to know, did anybody have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I could comment on that. If anybody else want to go, I'll let you go before me. If anybody, I do want to comment on it, but if anybody want to go, I'll let you go before.
I want to say something real quick.
Okay.
Now, as far as this whole all boy, all girls, well, Darrell already debunked it already, but I'm gonna say it anyway. My only pushback is this: if you're in a educational environment, there's nothing but boys or all girls, instead of it being mixed gender, it kind of inhibits your ability to talk to the opposite sex. Because you're gonna grow up not, if you're a woman, you don't know how to talk to boys. If you're a man, you don't know how to talk to girls. So to be in an all same sex environment, you're not going to have a whole lot of interaction with the opposite sex, so you're not going to know how to talk to them as you get older.
You're
But like
going to
Darrell
school to
said,
learn.
there are other ways to meet the opposite sex. You got church, you got other social extracurricular activities. So he kind of answered that for me already. But that was my biggest pushback to that.
Yeah,
I
you're
got some
going to
friends that
school
went.
to learn. You're not going to
I
school
know.
to, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, like at the school that I
what
was
about
going to
dating?
at Jones
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Commercial,
Faith.
they had a thing with the all boys school where they there was an all boy military school. I forget the name of it, but they would do dances,
Yeah.
and it was a controlled environment. And so we got to, mix and intermingle with the boys during those events.
Right.
So I think
Okay, that
there's a
kind of
way
makes
for
sense.
that to happen, but I think it should be in a more controlled environment.
Right.
Okay.
I agree.
Because
I agree.
I can't imagine myself being an all boys school. That's just that's gonna feel kind of weird for me. Now, granted, when I was in the military, it was an all male base. That was weird enough in of itself, but I was a grown man, so I dealt with it. But to be a child in an all male environment, I don't know. That just feels a little off putting.
Well,
I think it's good in
if you
dosing.
want to think in the mindset of the child, they're just orientated to what's given to them, so they're not going to
True.
think of it in the manner of someone who's already been exposed to that a different environment.
Yeah, that's true. I just prefer mixed gender. It's up to you as a man to have the discipline not to, you're talking about, you're worried about men looking up your skirt. Well, you better, well, these men, as men, we got to have the discipline to not do that kind of stuff. And women got to learn how to, deal with that kind of stuff.
Well, to
Handle
me,
those kind of situations. Because you got some perverted ass dudes out here. Don't get me wrong, but every man ain't doing that. I'm just saying.
I mean, my position on that, and I'm just looking at this because I've been in a lot of I've worked with a lot of children. I still do work with a lot of children, but primarily in foster care. And I don't see, as far as violence wise, this is about a lot of kids who are violent are probably abused. And probably abused, or they see this, or they're witnessing abuse, or they're in aggressive environments. and this is the only way that they know how to interact because that's what they're accustomed to. I understand the concept of biology, and biology does have an influence on behavior. But like I talked about, the question of the nature versus nurture theory, they both equally can influence behavior and not just one directly over the other. And I think that kids, particularly teenagers or younger kids who are dating and they're abusing um, little girls, or even girls abusing boys, that's a product of poor parenting and a poor family environment. Because kids who grow up in environments that are uh, productive and loving typically don't show that type of behavior, regardless of the testosterone levels as high or low as they are. The environment has just as much. Those are learned behaviors, like to try to control or hit someone. You had to see that or witness that. That's not something that you just all of a sudden just as a blanket reaction to something that you feel that you can get away, and this is a correct behavior to be involved in.
All right. Well, I do have a new panel member, Kev 504 has arrived to the panel. Welcome, brother. And what are your thoughts on the subject?
I was just jumping in on the thing, but I do agree with D Durrell. What's up, D? Good to see you, brother. I work with some. I definitely agree with D Durrell on as far as young men going, teenagers having to go through something, or they went through something when they was young, which makes them more destructive and things of that sort. And I was in a juvenile system. I can tell you that is definitely a true factor. So I always commend D Durrell on working with the young brothers and the youths and stuff like that, because like I was saying on the last panel, if we don't work with our kids and stuff like that, we go even be in a further hole than we already in. So I do agree with that. I actually work with kids, coach little league football, stuff like that, voluntarily. But if we don't address the kids who have some of these bad parenting issues, because we have a lot of it in the Black community, and I'm in New Orleans, so I see it a lot. If we don't look out for the kids, then we're going to be in a worse situation than we are now.
So let me ask you this. How do you explain, because this is what Princella's thought process is when she talks about testosterone and the negative effects that it has on men and boys. She's talking about the aggression mostly. And
Right.
I have to say that I have experienced that aggression growing up in the neighborhoods of Chicago. And I agree, it is a parenting issue. It's an environment situation as well, because these little boys they didn't get guidance.
All right,
But
proximity.
yeah, it's very it's what they call it, toxic masculinity, and there's an abundance of it,
Right.
an
But
abundance.
I think it's mostly in major cities like yours and mine, that we surrounded by the shit so much because we're around a lot of people. I'm in New Orleans, you in Chicago. So yeah, we see a lot of that. But so I wouldn't necessarily blame it on testosterone and stuff like that. But when you mix that with an environment where you have to be aggressive, then it becomes a real issue.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah,
Because
I
You
mean,
know, I,
because men
kid out,
as
if you pick a
being
kid out
men,
of a
we
right,
have the propensity to be genetically more aggressive. That's but that doesn't mean we're just because you have the propensity to be aggressive don't mean that you are going to be violent towards other people. And see that's where the cognitive aspects of how you socialize and how you perceive things and the behaviors that you learn come in. So yeah, the tendency is there, but like we said, like Kev was talking about, the environment that you're in, you're in a heightened state of where there's a lot of violence and a lot of other things going
a lot
on,
of
and
tension.
people
Yeah.
trying you, want to fight you. You're seeing this in the home. That has a contributing aspect to it, and so yes, men are naturally more aggressive. That I'm not going to deny that, but that don't mean we're going to just go around hitting people or slapping someone if you don't agree with what I say, or you don't do what I want you to do. That's where things kind of, go left.
Right. See, and I hear the whole toxic masculinity thing and stuff like that. I get it. I think that plays a role in criminal behavior and fucked up men and stuff like that. But I wouldn't consider it. Yeah, well, I just think they're toxic because you need masculinity to deal with niggas like that. You need a masculine person around who go deal with them. So masculinity can be used for good or bad. I use it for protection. So when I run into one of these dudes in in the city or something like that, where I have to use my masculinity, well, it's good to have that, and especially with my daughters or my girlfriend, and stuff like that. You need that. Let's put it like this: a toxic guy who does something criminal on the street, like forcing themselves on, a team.
Yes.
The toxic niggas in jail gonna handle that. They got a problem with that. Even though both of them might be toxic, but both of them might be masculine, but you need masculine to deal with masculine. If you got a nigga that's tripping in your house, you got to call the police to get a masculine presence there. So that's how I feel about masculinity in general,
And I agree with that because it really, if it wasn't for laws and if it wasn't for men enforcing the laws, I think that there would be a lot of anarchy out here.
Hell yeah.
And Princella does speak to that. So that's the reason why she's saying a lot of times that, men, and she's not saying all men. I want to make that very clear. She's saying that majority, yeah, it does, but she's saying majority of men are not capable of. There's a small amount that are capable of love and that actually understand what love is.
And I have to disagree with that too.
I disagree with that.
I have to disagree with that. I mean, so my question is this: would you say that a small amount of men, based on what? Just like I asked the lady yesterday, you basing that on what? Your own experience, or you basing that on men that you have known, men that other women? I mean, how do we define, like, how do you measure that?
AP, you and I were talking offline, and remember you were telling me about this study that they were doing with this one guy. They were showing him pictures. Can you kind of explain that to the fellas?
Oh, it wasn't me talking about that. I was gonna just it might have been another person, but
okay.
I did want to say that D. Durrell, when he did the review, he was saying that he thinks that no one ever really loved Princella.
They didn't, according to a book. They didn't.
So the thing is that what we were saying was we were trying to, from a layman's point of view, say, hey, do everything that you can to screen these men out, including the waiting period. And we were just basically talking about hormones and how they affect the body and how they affect the mind. So we were saying that because when you don't go this route, it's not working out well for you. So try this. And we were basically saying that, how do we know that she had the bad experiences? Because maybe she didn't do the waiting period. Maybe she didn't screen them out. Maybe she doesn't know how to screen them out. And maybe that's why she had bad experiences. And maybe that's partly why she feels like men are incapable of love.
Yeah, because she was saying it's the high level of testosterone. And there is biological research that pretty much backs up what she's saying, because when a man's testosterone level is high, the love hormone, which is oxytocin, is blocked by the high level of testosterone. So it takes a man a lot longer to get to the level with a woman where he is capable of being able to love her, because that oxytocin level will not kick in until he has bonded.
Okay, so we're going to ignore the other things that contribute to a relationship, whether I like the person, where I'm attracted to her, whether I can bond with her. You like
we're not ignoring.
I'm not trying to delegitimize the research, But
No,
when we're
we're not
talking about,
ignoring it, but we're just saying, can you also take this other factor into consideration?
no, I am. I've never excluded
Mhm.
that. I'm not ever excluding the research. I'm just looking at it for all the dynamics that contribute to anyone developing love for another person. And testosterone is, to me, may have something that may, for as far as with men, yeah, it may have some levels of influence, but I just think that there are more influential factors that contribute to that.
Hmm.
That's my position on that. I mean, I don't see it from my experience. I don't see it significant, or neither have I ever read any research that suggested that women fall in love significantly quicker than men. I've never read research like that.
Hmm.
I mean, now I have read research in which it may state that in failed relationships, women may have felt more hurt, or may have felt it jaded, or things didn't go the way. There is research to suggest um things of that sort. But as far as stating that one quickly falls in love, or develops things quicker, I've never read that. I have, and I've read a lot of research on relationships and bonding, and the influence of sex on relationships, and things that deal with the emotionality of people, having relationships, and compatibility. That there are appraisals and assessments that can measure your ability to uh um compatibility with one another. Matter of fact, I mean, I don't know if this dating app still exists, but there was a dating app by the name of
They do.
eHarmony that was actually developed by a clinical psychologist that used a mixture of a variety of different appraisals that focused on the compatibility of men and women, and matching you up based on that compatibility.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to delegitimize, because I do think your biology does affect your behavior. That's and testosterone for men, yes, it
Right.
it does have an influence.
And my
But
thing
but to
is,
say it's the primary or the major, I don't know about. I don't I can't agree with that.
right. And my thing is, when it's men incapable of love, one, I've seen all the men I've known definitely have loved, they wives, girlfriends, and children and stuff like that. But overall, if you're not capable of love, you're just a savage or an animal. What's the separation? Feelings.
Right. Right.
Right. You're just an animal. That's one of the few things that distinguishes from being an animal. So when you say men aren't capable of love, and I do understand that you said fate, that is not all men, then I mean the rest of them niggas just animals. And there could be a period in life where they never experience it, like Darrell said, and that's hard to come by, or you might not even recognize it. Yeah, I take like me. I didn't get the love from my mom. I got it later in life, and I didn't even realize it at the time. So that plays a factor in it. But if you'd have called me earlier, you'd be like, this nigga ain't capable of love. Why? Because I never experienced it.
Mm.
Now, I also want to say one thing, as it involves relationships and love and being receptive to it. And this is some research that people really, to me, in my opinion, um, both boys and girls growing up as infants, the lack of a good mother is is to me the most important thing in the early primary developmental years, even more than a father. And a lot of kids who lack, and I see this a lot in foster kids who lack that attachment and lack someone giving them that type of nurturing. It really hurts them long term as it relates to being in relationships, knowing how to accept love and give love. And for Priscilla, she never had that. She never had a mother. Her mother actually was frowned, and the fact that thought she thought her daughter was in a situation, died, and she was unhappy that she survived and she didn't die. She
Yeah,
never
I
had.
heard you say that. I think that is so crazy. How could you be happy that your own child, thinking that your own child had died?
Yes, she
Mm.
actually went to some event or something she did, and she called the police, thinking, why, because she it was late, and then when Priscilla came back and she found out that her daughter was alive, she said her whole facial expressions, like her mood just it changed, and her mother was actually unhappy, and she was basically disappointed that her daughter survived, and was still, she thought her daughter was unalived.
Wow.
And see again, but the thing about it, the family that she came from had a high level of mental illness. She had an uncle that had schizophrenia. Her mom definitely had suicidal ideations and attempts, which could spring a whole lot of clinical things that I'm not even going to get into. The grandmother and the great grandmother were all the same. Was kind of like the big mama that you talked about, Faith. Especially the great grandmother and the grandmother, very toxic. That's the environment she came from.
So, do you think that because Princella never experienced love, she doesn't know what right looks like?
Love look like.
I'm. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just throwing out maybe not what like looks like, but what love look like. You can be thrown off by that if you haven't experienced it.
I actually think I actually think she does know what love look like.
Mhm.
You do?
Yes, I do. I really think there were examples, because somebody brought this up, that it seems like in the book, the way I described it, the things that I described, it was all about. They said her life could have not been filled with just all negative, and where are the positives? And I do think there were some positive images and some positive things. I don't think that because of her mindset, she was not able to perceive and process that effectively. But I do think she saw some images and examples of love. I do think that. I think she had some level of understanding it, but I think it was hard for her to practice and perceive because of the people in her immediate family, because that's what she was wanting the love from, that she was never able to get that love, to get love from. I mean, they were pretty much like the black sheep of the family. Like that side of, like, her mother and all of her kids were looked upon a certain way. You know,
Mm.
um, the mom, never told her a positive thing in her life. At all. No positive things. She went to her brother for help. Her brother let his own sister become homeless and not even give her a place to stay when he had room for her to stay.
Mm.
See, when things like this happen with your own family, that
Well, I
can.
mean, none of that sounds positive, D. So, I mean, how could you say that you think that she might have experienced love
No,
before
no, no.
when
I didn't
all
say
of
she
this?
experienced love. I said she may have seen examples from other people in her environment, like people throughout.
Okay.
There may have been some examples of it. I don't think she experienced love from people. I really don't. I don't think she did, but I think she may have saw it, rather, with some friends that she may have had. Although most of her friends were boys, I don't know what kind of family. Like, I think there were some examples of that. Maybe not many, but I think there were maybe a few examples of some things that she may have saw a productive, loving family.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and move over to Bro Speak because he's been down here waiting patiently. What's up, Bro Speak? Welcome to the panel.
Hey Faith, how you doing? Hey everybody on the panel, how y'all doing?
What's up,
Hey,
brother?
bro, speaks.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, I was gonna ask D Darrell, do you think that other than people thinking it's a grift, it could be, you never know. Do you think that Priscilla experienced more what she deems as love from women than from men, and that's where that this idea came from?
No, actually, she actually had more issues with women. According to the book, her grandmother and her mother were the two most hateful people in her life.
Mm.
It was female family members who were actually the worst.
Wow. Yeah, it kind of sounds like
That
it kind of
explains a lot.
Yes, it
yeah, it
does.
kind of sounds like my ex mother-in-law, because she had an issue with her mother, and her mother didn't love her at all,
Mm-hmm.
and it showed. But fortunately for her, she was able to find my ex father-in-law, and they've been married for way over 40 years. But I think also they did bond it over the church, because even on his side, there's a lot of, like you said, a lot of mental illness. So it seemed like both sides had a lot of mental illness in their family. And I guess through that and their thing with the church, they were able to bond. And, like I said, they've been together for over 40, been longer than I've been alive. And they seem to make it work. And I think, yeah, it just, people, I guess it's just the luck of the draw for some people. They find that person that not only can relate, but also help them go through it. And some people don't, like, they just don't. But I am curious. Another thing because as far as I know, she talked about men, but she never really talked about. She don't put her husband in that same lane as the other men. So did she talk about that in the book?
Her husband was never mentioned in the book.
Wow.
At all. And I think she been married to her husband since 2000, I think 16 or 17.
She's still married to him, isn't she?
She's still. I think they got married around that time, and so I would think she had a relationship with him at least a year or two before they got married. And because she mentioned things all the way up to like 2016, I think. And now she did mention other relationships. She actually she said she didn't her first boyfriend. She didn't start dating till she was 18. She didn't date at all in high school, at all.
That mean a
So
lot of that
she
trauma
didn't have a
from the home
boyfriend until she was 18, which to me is not a bad thing. That actually, I'm actually not for kids. If you ain't mature enough to be dating in high school, you don't need to be dating. I really think I don't think that's a bad thing. But the thing about it is, her first boyfriend was actually a positive relationship, and she, because of her interaction as far as with her family and not understanding how to function with a guy, she actually sabotaged that relationship, and the guy couldn't take it anymore, and he ended up letting her go because the guy was actually she was very hyper vigilant towards anything that he did, extreme jealousy, low self-esteem, always was negative towards him, thinking the worst, things like that. And so he eventually let her go, and then after that she started getting into these toxic relationships with these other guys that didn't care a lot as much for her.
Right. Yeah, that
Okay.
kind of sound like some of the things I experienced with my ex-wife. She was very hypervigilant, but she went through a lot of stuff. So it makes sense that she would have that experience. So the talking points make sense, and you're coming from a person that the only people who unfortunately could deal with that would be a person who was just as toxic, because they probably not gonna care as much.
Well, people attract each other. You attract what you are to some degree.
Do you think she wrote that book before she got married? That's what it sounds like, because it sounds like this first book was in the works, that she wrote this years ago.
I didn't read the date the book was written. So I can't really I don't know when that's a good question. I don't know exactly when the book was written. Let me
The reason
I'm
why I'm asking you is because I'm the type of person that if I'm going to buy a book, when people write a book and then they go on a tour and they promote the book. So if I would have considered purchasing the book, I would have been listening to her current content and thinking that the book is going to elaborate on her current content. But then when you said that she wasn't even talking about any of the stuff in her book, I would
Yeah,
have been pretty
that's when
angry. I would
I
have been
came and
angry.
created this screen because I wanted to know more about the biology because she talks a
Yeah.
lot about the biology when I go over to her channel and I find it to be interesting. So I was disappointed that, you said it wasn't in the book.
nah
Yeah,
that
because
that was not in the book.
see, that's the thing. I would have felt like it was the bait and switch for me because I was thinking that she was going to elaborate on that because she talks about that a lot on her show. And for her to not talk about that, I'm thinking that maybe the book was created before she came up with this theory or before, she started having a YouTube channel.
You know what?
So,
The
yeah.
book was written in 2019, so she was married when she wrote this book.
Okay.
So that was 4 years ago. So she was married, and now we got to understand she had a bigger presence on Facebook.
Right.
So there's also a segment of people who know, which I had to learn. They see she's new to, as far as YouTube, people are just getting to know her, but she has a far, like, people know her on Facebook. She has, I mean, people have known her for years. She's been on
Hmm.
Facebook for over 20 years.
Yeah. See, I just found out about her like maybe a year ago.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I wanted to acknowledge a couple of comments I saw down here. African Goddess says that the male specimen XY chromosome is capable of like, care, sympathy, and occasionally empathy, but not love. The Queen Maker is obviously a happy and healed person, and she is definitely God's gift to us.
that's a nice troll statement.
How do we know she healed? Everybody want to do with all this healing. Right? I
Yeah,
would
Well,
never
they don't
I would
necessarily know
never
her
talk about
personally,
content
right,
like that.
Kev? They
Hmm?
don't necessarily know this woman personally. They're just
they
assuming.
going by what they see on IG and on YouTube.
Oh
You
shit!
don't know these
Exactly.
people in the background.
You don't
Yeah,
actually know these
Everybody,
people.
they
everybody
got a
put up a
lot of people that come on YouTube with their own issues and then preach on the other gender, and I think that's messing up the black community because now it's just point everything you can think of bad at the black women or at the black men, but ain't nobody coming with no solutions. So if going for the bag is her thing, it is what it is.
Well, I do agree with her that there are some women. There are a lot of women that do need to decenter men in their lives because the focus has always been men getting a man, 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 man. I need a
I,
man. I need to
and
be a
I
wife.
agree with that.
I do
definitely.
believe that there are some women that do need to do that. But my
Right.
problem with her, where it comes in when she says that majority of men are incapable of love, to me, it kind of gives some of these women an out because there's a lot of fin sales sitting in her chat room, and I'm a supporter. I'm a
Damn,
Princella
Faith, you gonna say
supporter.
femcel?
Yes, fem sales. Okay, they're sitting in that chat room and they're eating this all up, and this is giving them out to not work on themselves because they'll be like, oh, you know what, Princella, thank you so much. Oh,
Mhm.
it's not me. It's that these men are incapable of love. It's not the fact that I have a funky attitude and I need to work on my personality. It's these men. Or, oh, thank you, Princella. Oh, I thought it was me. I'm 400 pounds and I don't never want to get rid of the weight and work on myself and be a better version of myself. It's not the 400 pounds. It's that these men are incapable of love. That's what I have a problem with.
But see, Faith, that's another thing. I mean, your video regarding this topic is also telling women there is a difference as far as biology is concerned, and be more cognizant about this difference, because this could be something that helps you out so that you won't go into situations ignorant, so that you won't go into situations not realizing the risk that you're taking.
Right. And you're not coming into it angry now. Now I'm mad at all men. No, there's a reason for everything. And the thing that I don't like when people do try to give you reasons for what happened. Oh, you're making excuses for them. Like, no, we're not making excuses. It's reasons. This is a reason so you can understand. So you're not angry. You're not staying in a perpetual.
And then too, Faith is saying, don't, if this person hasn't bonded with you, don't make plans with them. Don't be looking at wedding pictures. Don't be having a baby. That's telling women this is the part you need to keep your eye on. You need to keep your foot on the brakes, and you need to be responsible, because you don't want to be in a situation where you're in your mind, you think that you're in a full-blown relationship with this man and he doesn't even like you, and then you're running after him with a baby carriage and he's running away. So this is
Shannon B has questions down here, and I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I just want to read through these comments real quick because these are really good. Next comment is from Shannon B. He says, what's really amazing is how many women can relate to what she's saying. That by itself says a lot. And that's why a lot of men who don't have nothing to do with her conversation are responding. So,
as opposed to what? Like, what is he specifically talking about? Like the trauma portion, or just like sociology in general? Because she tends to like mix sociology and biology and psychology a lot.
Is he talking about the followers?
I guess what he's saying is why are so many men triggered if this isn't you?
Like, you mean the manosphere triggered? I mean, we expect the manosphere to be triggered. I don't know what, that's the man. They're just as equally as toxic.
Yeah, so, they like to argue.
So I don't understand what's the big surprise. For people who've been here why wouldn't the manosphere be triggered by her? They've done this before. This is nothing new.
Right. We've been around for a good minute, D. At least I've been around on YouTube for 10 years. I done heard this shit over and over.
Yeah. But I think he's more or less he's talking about the followers and some of the women that do agree with that. And the guys are like, wait a second, you agree with this chick? On this? Well, wait a second.
He's saying that says a lot about like her followers.
Yeah, right. I mean, but like Faith said, it's a lot of femcells that don't want to work on themselves.
What did I say, Faith, last night? They are who we think they are. They're exactly who we think they are.
Yeah, because like I said, I support Princella, but the thing that makes me uncomfortable when I go over there, like I said, there's some things that Princella says that I do agree with. Like, like for instance,
go ahead and say it. Don't shy away from that lesbian stuff. Go ahead and say it.
Okay, but like for instance, like when she tells women to decenter men and focus on themselves, I think that's a great idea. Now, where she loses me when she starts talking about the she starts talking about the what do you call it, the psychology of men, and she tries to get the women to understand how the male psychology works. And I don't have a problem with that either. But what happens is I'm in there, I'm vibing, the conversation is going good, and then I'll look into the chat room and somebody goes, "Oh, Princella, you look so sexy and hot, and I just want to lick you up and down."
I knew it was coming.
Then the gay stuff starts happening, and then she starts turning into her pimp mode, and then she goes in that deep voice. She goes, "Oh well, yeah, you just gotta listen to." And I hate when that happens. Then she loses me, and I can't stay in there anymore.
Well, she invites that kind of attention. It seems like
the thing is, like, Princella is a lesbian herself, so I don't know what you expect.
A married lesbian, married to a man, and
yeah. You've had a lot of
that's the way it looks.
A lot of people be beards.
Oh yeah, I know it happens. I don't know about Priscilla like that. I just only heard the talking point of men not capable of love. That's wrong.
I mean, but again, to the I think the woman in the chat talking about we're making lies and assumptions.
I never criticized her character. I don't know the lady myself. I'm just critiquing her rhetoric. I think that's all any of us are doing.
If she said all this stuff, who's lying on her? This came out of her mouth and out in her book. So who's making up lies? Nobody.
And the things that you say are facets of your character.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, she has strategically went on panels, and people are basically critiquing everything she says, which is what they do with everybody.
We have the YouTube way.
Yeah, and it's like you can't criticize her. Yes, I can. If you're trying to dictate to me a way of life, or dictate to people a way of life, you better be living it. You better be a representation of it. And if you can't do that, then people are we're going to pick it out. We're going
okay. Shannon B, did you want to come up and did you want to ask your questions? Because I don't want to construe, because I'm trying to understand everything that you're saying, but you're saying, why is the manosphere triggered by what she's saying? I don't think who's manosphere up here?
Nobody.
Nobody. No.
I guess you're talking about the manosphere.
I know some dudes who kind of don't. If you ask them, no, I'm not manosphere, but they kind of triggered by what she's saying. And to me, I'm like, why? It don't even make sense.
Yeah, and I agree, African Goddess. She says her message is obviously for women and girls, not the male specimen. And Princella says this all the time. She says she doesn't really talk to men. She's really talking to women.
That's not true.
Her ideas are sampled from men.
Faith, let me ask you this.
She goes on panel with men.
For all the content that made her popular, what were the spaces she was at that got clipped the most?
They got clipped the most. The men's spaces when she
was in men's spaces. All she do is talk to men.
Yeah.
Well, what she says is that she's going on there not to actually talk to them. She's going on there to show women, it's like an experiment or a demonstration project.
It sounds like the experiment that the manosphere was doing on Kendrick T. After they dragged that chick. They go up. So that's the same experiment, which makes no sense.
Yeah,
because again, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
It makes no sense. Okay, if your message is not for men, okay, valid. But then again, why are you talking to men's spaces? Shouldn't you be going to all women's spaces?
Because she's trying to show women the nature of men, and she used those panels that she's on as a case study. I don't know if you guys have ever gone to her channel, but right after she gets off of those streams with the men, she'll then go to the women, and she's having the conversation with the women about the men, their reactions, and their psychology. So that's why she's doing that.
So and Fresh and Fit as case studies to represent what men do typically.
But she don't need to do that.
And incels in the manosphere.
Right? How can you preach male pathology by reading a damn couple of books?
Shannon B, come up to the panel and give us some of your thoughts. Because I like some of the stuff that Shannon is saying, because what he's saying is true. He's asking, look, if she talks to women, why are men triggered? Because her message is for women, not for men.
But she actually is talking to men, though. That's the issue.
Men.
She is talking to men all the time.
Right. That's
she go on We On Live channel. She go on Daryl Long channel. They collaborate together. She talking to men all the time.
So again, it goes back to, okay, if it's for women, then you should not be on men's channels. Even if you want to, if what you're saying is true, Faith, she don't need to go on those platforms to do that. All she got to do is record and look how they act towards these women. That's more proof than you need. We already seen it. I don't need to go up there personally and to find out that these dudes acting a fool towards these women.
But you guys are missing what I'm saying here. She goes on the men's panels and like Shannon said, look, peep the game. See, she goes on their platforms. The men invite her on the platform for views. And this is the game that the men are playing, because they're trying to use Princella right now because she's hot.
Not originally. Maybe now, but not originally when she first started.
No.
But what I'm saying is, when Princella goes on their platform, she's not there to actually have a conversation with them. She's there to show women later on, after she leaves the platform, okay, this is the case study. Look at what they said. Look at how this guy acted. Look at what's going on. That this is what she's showing women, what the nature of men is, and what their reactions are.
Okay.
So the thing about it is,
okay,
I get what you're saying, but you don't need to. Yeah. But she don't need to do that.
Well,
all you have to do is press play. Did she need to go to Fresh and Fit to show how they act?
She doesn't. All she needs to do is do reaction videos. That's all she needs to do.
She did doing reaction videos. Hey, look here. Look how they act towards her.
But hang on real quick. Faith, let me ask African Goddess a question. Has Princella herself, does she promote disunion between men and women? All right, I guess I should ask you too, Faith. Does she do that?
Okay, I'm going to answer it, and then we have Shannon B on the stream, and I wanted to get that person's view. But I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to let AP answer. I don't think that she promotes disunion. I think that she promotes more options. And like I said yesterday on my stream, I think that Princella is about expanding the options 2.0. But instead of her telling women to date outside the race, now she's telling women, not only can you date all men, but now don't leave women off the table too. So she's expanding your options 2.0.
To basically lesbianism.
Yeah, political lesbianism. Exactly as I was saying. These dudes ain't acting right, so we gonna sit on our hands and eat coochie all day.
I mean, I'm just sorry, but that sounds like MGTOW to me. That sounds like a female version of MGTOW.
Okay, from what I gather, one thing that she is saying is to decenter men and to work on yourself and to cultivate yourself and to have more of a sisterhood among other women and not think that women are your competition. They're your sister. And so that is, excuse me?
She was
all skin folk and kinfolk. And same thing with gender.
Well, in terms of raising children, she was saying that the reason why it's so difficult is because it's one woman raising children, and that it would be helpful if women worked together and they raised, helped each other raise children. So she's just basically talking about, being more of a community and being more of the village, so to speak.
So we're gonna make men unaccountable to take care of their own children.
Society of rugged individualism.
I'm sorry, because both of you were talking at the same time.
Go ahead, Darrell, and then I'll respond.
I was saying, so we're gonna make men not accountable to take care of their own children.
I don't
That's
know
what I'm
about all of
saying.
that. What I'm saying is that she was saying decenter them, because sometimes women are using resources that they can be using to better their lives and to enrich and enhance their lives, and they're using it and spinning their wheels on maybe a person that doesn't even care about them. And so she wants you to be aware of what you're doing and to grow as a person and as a human being, grow financially. And then if that's a choice, if you want to be with a man, just go into the relationship with your eyes wide open. If you don't want to be with a man, just be aware of your surroundings and aware of what's going on in the world. If you want to be with a woman, if you want to be with somebody of another race, but just be more cognitive of what's going on around you, and don't just go out on one date with a guy and you're already looking through wedding books and picking out your dress and writing down what your name would look like with his name on in your notebook. She's saying, pay attention to your life. You're valuable, and your dreams and your goals are valuable. And don't be so quick to just throw everything away just because you met somebody cute.
Okay, so Faith, I'm gonna respond real quick and like inject my portion that I was gonna say before Dieter. Okay, so she's promoting that in a society of rugged individualism and expecting that to go well when she's trying to create a subculture, is what I'm gathering from this.
I think that she's not trying to create anything. She's just basically adding another faction to it. She's basically adding women on the plate now. So remember when Crystal and Harrison came out and told Black women to expand their options, it was just basically beyond Black men. Now Princella is coming out with expand your options 2.0, men and women. So that's what she's doing.
And y'all think she cool?
I don't agree. I'm not a lesbian, so that would not be an option for me.
If she's saying stuff like men, if she's saying stuff like men aren't capable of love, what do you think is the next step logically? It was always going to end up at lesbianism. It was always
but you would have to believe in that doctrine in order to go that route. And I believe that men don't love the same way that women love. And I do believe that there are a lot of different kinds of love. Mm-hmm. And I think that just because they're different and they're different degrees, it doesn't mean that they're not valid. Right. You can have love for your pet. You can have love. Wait a minute now. You can have love for God. You can have love for, humanity. You can have romantic love. There's different kinds of love. There are different degrees of love. But to say that a person is incapable of loving, period, you're not in that person's head and you're not in that person's heart, and you don't have the authority to say that. That's how I feel. So, she makes different statements. She talks about different ideologies, and she's just putting it out there. And if something resonates with you, fine. If it doesn't, still fine. But you don't have to blindly follow everything that she says. You have free will. And there are some people that do follow everything that she says, and they buy the book and they go to the seminar and they're on every stream. But there are some people that listen to what she says recreationally. And
that would be me.
I'm one of those people.
You sound
but I do need to get to the other people on the panel. Then I'm going to open it up where it's rapid fire. Everybody can talk. But there's Shannon B, and then we have Hustler and Muscler. So I'm going to go first to Shannon B, and then Hustler and Muscler. What's up, Shannon B? Welcome to the panel.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. You were making some great points down there in the chat room. Did you want to expound on anything?
Kind of. I'll just kind of go back to what I was saying. I had to go over and listen to what Priscilla was saying because it would make it too many videos about it. So I had to go over and listen to what she was talking about. And I listened carefully. So then I had to go back and listen to what the men are saying. So my question still stands. Why are men responding to her when she's only talking to women?
And my answer to that is she's not just talking to women. She's talking to men too.
Women.
About what?
Huh?
She
About
talking
what?
to men too.
Yeah, about what?
About their nature
us,
and about what
men.
men do and can't do, and about women and what women need
Our
to do.
pathology, the way we think, the way we are,
So-
our testosterone.
The way we socialize with women.
Right.
The way we
So
socialize
let me
with each
finish
other.
this out then. I'll just go straight
Go
into
ahead.
it because you can go ahead and do all you want. She had an interview with, or whatever they call that mess, with Saint in the Center,
right?
And Charleston White.
And
Those are the
Fresh and
two I
Fit.
seen. And oh my God. And
Yeah.
Fresh and Fit. The manosphere went and reviewed all three of them dudes. Wow. Now those are the men. Saint in the Center, Charleston White, and Fresh and Fit represent black men. That's when I realized what kind of space that was and who they represent.
Okay, yeah, but they don't represent the manosphere or black men.
They don't?
Yeah,
Fresh and
they just
Fit are not black men.
So you agree with Princella, not Fresh and Fit? Do you agree with Princella and not Saint in the Center? Because that ain't what they ain't the videos they were making. They had Saint in the Center.
Wait, what you mean, bro? What you mean by that?
No, you know exactly what I mean. That you could play with the panel, play with the audience, but you can't play with me. Saint in the Center was held up like he was some kind of smart guy against Princella. And I said, why are they reviewing this dude? Why are they reviewing
I got you on that.
jumping up and down?
I got you on that.
Why did Priscilla? She knew what she was doing. She said, these are the men. These is what they act like. She had that thing with Charleston White. Charleston White danced and jumped all over that damn couch and acted a damn fool. And then she went back to her channel. There go your men. You know what I was talking about? Here they go. Right here.
But okay, but brother, my question is, what did Fresh and Fit do and Saint and Center do that embarrassed black men?
Yeah, because I didn't watch those.
Because Saint and Center didn't do anything that was out of pocket.
Saint and Center smart to you? Is that the dude that was on there with the blue hair boy and didn't know what an NFT was?
No, that's not what I'm asking.
They made the video about Kevin Samuels.
In that interview, he sounded way smarter than her.
Saint and Center smart? You want to
No,
die?
he's not
that's not what I'm saying.
I'm trying to frame himself as posturing, though. It's posturing.
Posturing? What? Okay.
Yeah, that's what he does a lot.
Let me help you again. What was the debate about?
The debate was about her platform.
Yeah.
No. Slow down. What was Saint in the Center and Priscilla's debate about?
I don't know.
It was about
the nature of men. But it turned into why she kept going to. It turned into why she was going to these men channels if she don't talk to men.
And why she's an ineffective leader or something like that. I've only seen like a little bit like from what a content creator did.
Yeah, you got something, D. Darrell? You want to put yours in there?
You say what?
You want to put yours in there? Because nobody knows what that debate about because it wasn't a debate.
They turned into an argument.
They had a clown show.
So she was.
Yeah, he was basically clowning. I heard them.
Okay, thank you. You want to? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but look what she was saying. it was worthy of being clowned. I mean, what do you want her to do?
Yeah, like that's what he does. That's his whole shtick.
That's his stick.
Yeah, it was the ego. It was two egos fighting each other.
But I think that she's doing it because. No, I think that she's doing this because she cuts up parts of the interview and says, "See, this is what I was talking about." So she's promoting her, her message, and then too for the men, what they're getting out of it is if you put her name in the title, everybody's gonna come because So it's a symbiotic relationship.
So my point is,
she get paid for some of them interviews.
Yeah,
she's going for the bag.
Okay, let me get to my point. Let me get to the end of my point so y'all can have it. My point is, I'm for the men, but there's not a lot of men. It's a bunch of boys and a bunch of childish stuff. The reason why Priscilla's message is so triggering because she's talking about boys and she's talking about F boys. That's where stuff is about. And niggas jump on that. So I'm like, oh, okay, I finally get it.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of a lot of these spaces. All they talk about is F-boys.
Yeah.
The men and the women. That's all they focus on, the F-boys. They don't talk about the
boys jump up and all the bad women jump up.
Right. You're right, Shannon.
That's my point.
I mean, how many YouTube channels you see praising blue collar workers? None.
Not really.
Because ain't a lot of blue collar workers on
male and female blue collar workers. None. There's no support for that. If a nigga ain't making 100,000, you either making 100,000 plus or he dead broke.
Right. Ain't no in between.
Right.
If it's just an average black man, no one cares. And also, in fact, in some cases, they get more hate than the F-boys.
Yeah, because it's like, why aren't you doing this?
A broke, dusty bandit if he don't make 100,000. And see, I had to talk to some people online about that. I said, listen, you in California, New York, Chicago, you need 100,000. I'm in Louisiana.
No, you don't.
I don't need that.
That's another lie. The people in California, New York, and other places like that, you don't have to have 100,000. You live where everybody else lives that make 50 and 40,000.
Yeah, I was only talking about what they do. I don't really know that, but
what they do is they try to they're pinning you in the corner. They're saying the people who live where the $100,000 people live, that's where everybody got to live. So the people that make less than that, they say they're not making it. Yes, they are. They live where everybody else that makes that amount of money lives.
Right.
Live within your means.
And it's that's all I wouldn't date a bus driver. The bus drivers in New Orleans make good money. That's upper middle class money. And some people got that confused with school bus drivers. I'm talking about city bus drivers. New York.
If you're a city bus driver, you're not going to meet a lawyer making no $1 million. Okay, that whole conversation by itself is ridiculous. Ain't no $1 million lawyer finna date no bus driver. That's something that
I said the same thing, Shannon.
That's why this space is. I see the type of men that are in this space.
It has everything to do with access, and see, people don't like that because they think that you're being classist. But if you don't have access to people that earn a certain amount of money and they're of a certain class, then you're just not going to be able to date in those spaces. So a lawyer is not going to be getting with a bus driver because a lawyer drives a BMW.
They're not even in the same. But that conversation, just to have that conversation and put it online, I was like, wow, really?
It was ridiculous.
That was ridiculous. That's a clown show.
And most of these people,
Charleston White is a clown.
Right.
Fresh and Fit are clowns. But then you promote, oh my God, you put these the niggas representing.
Right.
Come on, man.
That's a symptom of a bigger problem.
In that as a clown.
Oh.
Put
Kevin in there. Saint the Center made a whole 2-hour video on Kevin. And then Manosphere double backs and now Saint in the Center. Oh God, man, that's the image.
Right. But guess who makes these people more popular?
That's indicative of a bigger problem, though, because most people aren't smart people. Most people are idiots, to me, at the very least.
From what I've seen, most people don't remember from one year to the next. Because I know
they're not smart people. Most people aren't smart people.
Yeah, they don't retain anything. They forget what this person did before their supposed fame. And then when people try to tell them, "Oh, you lying, you hating," and you up, I'm like, no, I don't hate this person, but I know who this person is. And that same can go with Priscilla, because again, before she was doing this stuff, she was on the pick me circuit. Then before that, she was on the pro-black circuit. But people forget. But people think about in the now. They don't think about that past. You know.
Remember when? So do you know the history?
Like the full history of it?
Yeah.
Not enough, but this is why.
Do you know Cynthia G was a pro-black too?
Yeah. I know. Yes, I know she was a pro-black too.
Right, big time. Now the money came in and it just switched. They just go for the money. It went from, helping out the black community, the black men supporting all that, to niggas ain't shit.
Yeah,
Cynthia G almost got her channel taken down by
Well,
white folks.
on that note, I do want to move it along to a different question. Do you think that Princella is fanning the flames of the gender war with her content?
Yes.
Trying, but
Definitely.
that ain't gonna work.
Yeah, she's doing that because it gets her paid.
Because it got too many men that's gonna ignore that kind of shit like that. If it go work on the women who I guess she's trying to talk to, well, they're just gonna be a small group of women out of 41 million blacks in America. She can have that. If they won't roll like that, let them go ahead. What I tell dudes is, man, they got plenty of options. You get your business straight, take care of yourself, and move forward. If women following them or whatever, that's what they looking for, that's fine. You can move on to something else and grow.
Just for the broken people, that's it.
Yeah.
But how is she fanning the flames of the gender war if she's only talking to women?
She's not only talking to women, and she's talking about
she's on those men's spaces though. Again, if she's on those men's
she
spaces,
wasn't going on no more men's shows. Besides that one guy.
She'll be on more shows. She'll be on more shows than money there. All you gotta do is pay her.
I hope she stick to that.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't mad at nobody, man. I'm from New Orleans. I don't knock the hustle. It is what it is.
But like I said again, I think she's only going to fan this war between broken people, broken women, broken men, because you see how those supporters. Anytime you disagree with Priscilla, you see how those supporters act. They come for your head. They did that to Rob B, and they did that to We On Lock. And these were people that were on her side. They disagree with certain aspects, and they turned on her. And that's why Rob B is going in on her, because a lot of, not only because of Priscilla, but also her followers.
You think that's a bad thing?
What?
You think that's a bad thing?
What, for them to go at?
Yeah, that's that memory loss I like that I want to talk about. Didn't Kevin do that to the space?
Yeah, I know. I saw that too. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that's what happened.
Right. Same thing with Kevin. Kevin started out with a man's channel. I was a subscriber. He was selling penny loafers and perfume and cologne. And then he went
to buy the whole manosphere.
Yeah, no, he didn't. I mean, the manosphere to me is just a small ass group that was started by 3 niggas, and 2 of them not even in that shit no more.
A lot of people didn't agree with him. They went crazy.
Obsidian, Anger Man, and
a whole defense force.
Right, but who would follow O'Shea? Who would follow any of them niggas in real life? Nobody. Not me. So that sim thing and incel thing, they follow them. That's fine.
I gotta say something quickly.
Go ahead.
Let me say this. I'm listening to Parsha's conversation, and I'm way behind. But I had to add on about the panel she participates. Are y'all aware this woman is in sales? Do y'all know her background?
Yeah, she told us about.
Okay, so and what is it that she excels in? Car sales. So she was the highest from her mouth selling cars, right? Besides all other hoop jogging, right? The whole premise of what she's doing now, like anything, you shift your content from one gender to the next. And yeah, she was doing content predominantly trying to help men back in like 2020 and some early parts of 2021. But then, as like anything, they know where the market is. So like any consumer or like business person as she is, she shifts gears and now say, I'm now going to shift to I'll try to help men to help women. And everybody knows when you help the opposite sex and do it in a certain fashion, you will get not only attention, but you get the clout. Now here's how deep it goes.
You get some subs.
If you look at all, look at this. Look at all what she has done now for the past few months, right? To how to extend her clout. What she does, she don't go to no female channels and deal with her Reddit. The first she does, she goes to the top people that she knows by putting them out that already have the content that is deemed said against women. So what she does, she puts herself in those environments. And doing so, and people see her speak and talk and all that stuff, while conceptualizing, they say, oh, we got a winner, we got a champion. Yay! And then she goes from that channel to the next channel to the next channel. And one thing I've noticed, the one to the channel that she was, unfortunately, was demolished by St. Sarah, because I did content and I listened carefully. You saw the hoop jargon? She could not hold her premise to what she's doing when she's dealing with certain black men on certain channels. That's why she refrains from going for certain channels. Now, if you have a high sub count and you have certain clout, yeah, she'll go there because she knows it's an easy advantage because she could sit there, do her thing, and people will look at this content creator like Charles White as an idiot. Same thing with anybody else that most of them that don't read books. But when she went on Saint and Sinner and she asked about some books, Saint has read some of these books and even go as far as he read even the Afrocentric books. So the only thing that will hurt her if she's dealing with certain men that knows their stuff. That's why she avoids certain things. And yes, she does take the video she apart and chop it and goes to her crowd, like the guy said earlier, that is now, unfortunately, not agree with him. They're predominantly femcells and some women that are even as highly confused sexually. That, yeah, they will rock with that. You get me? But someone like, say, Faith is balanced. She'll look at it and has to look at things as a whole. If you're not healthy at a certain development in your life as a woman, you will rock to anything and you will get suckered into the propaganda, which is social media and media, because it caters to the lowest part, the feelings part, without even thinking back and say, does this really make sense? And really start questioning. If you're a person at any stage of life, not to that point, yeah, you're going to fly to any content creator that will tell you a nice little good little message that will cater to your feelings and it said it's not your fault and you have to do nothing to improve nothing. That's bullshit. And even the same with Kevin. Kevin did that for 3 years with certain men. And it didn't really get reception as it. So he knows, and he said off his own mouth on her own video, if anyone can find on social media, YouTube, said, if I switch my gears to women, I could be a millionaire. And not only could be a millionaire, I'm going to tell them what they don't want to hear, which he was unfortunately effective. If he was carrying everything, he'd probably make more money. So one thing I've noticed is, and I said this on my own channel, tell a lie to women. I'm never wrong since I did that broadcast. I'm not wrong now. Regardless of the truth. And if there's any half truths, they're still looking for some lies just to cater to their misfortunes or anything they lack in life. To really know, say, these are things that you can easily fix, but you're going to have to do the work and shower. But unfortunately, human beings today, they're not looking for the work. They're looking for an easy route. They want somebody to sell some cheap stuff and look for a deal. And I say, I call bumping that. No, you're going to have to pay in and do the work necessary. And it's going to cost you, but at least it's worth it at the end. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it is a marketing scheme and a grift. I do believe that she is definitely taking advantage of what she's got going on right now, because she's not new to this. She's been around for a long time, and so I just think that this is now her time to kind of get it out the mud.
And it's the best time now to do it now. Last year going on to this year, this is the best time to do it now while things are very uncertain in the West. You get me? She's taking an opportunity and she's flourishing as we speak. Now, I heard somebody say something about the collab with Cynthia and her. I covered that on my channel. And I have my own speculations what really might have been to the so-called downfall.
Wait, she did a collaboration with Cynthia?
There was talk.
No. There was works and talks about it before this happened a few weeks ago. You get me? There was a possibility. But now things have shifted now. So if me, this is my thinking, this is me, people. If she's going to do it now, it's only going to probably benefit the one that doesn't have nothing right now or a channel right now.
But my thing is, I wonder if she's afraid that the same thing that happened to Cynthia won't happen to her.
Well, I'll answer this. I don't know. I'll give you an answer. No. We'll give an answer. Right now in YouTube, there's nothing certain what's going to happen to a lot of content creators moving forward. You get me? YouTube right now, they doing their thing right now because they try to compete with other media outlets. And if they decide, say they're gonna pull a plug on a lot of this content, they could do at a quick notice and give us bullshit reasons why. You get me? What we do up here, unfortunately, is temporary. You get me? So while we here, we make the best of it. If we go expand outside of it, better. But do not be comfortable. I think a lot of our people that do content out here, we've been too comfortable for too long. Either we got what we need to, or we're still trying to get to some point. Don't be comfortable. You always gotta be uncomfortable when you're on somebody else's platform you don't control. You get me? Period. And that's one thing people should be thinking. Stop being comfortable. This should not be the end all, the be all. If this is end all be all, you in trouble. And the reason I say you're in trouble because it's not our platform. Do you know a lot of men got the platform for less shit? But now they're turning it on to everybody, even some of the women that some of Reddit that's been around for, let's say, what she did for 2 years. And all of a sudden, they go back 2 years ago, which was monetized. And usually if they review it, it's okay. Is that someone else behind closed scenes, which, if you know, it was a white woman that wrote this blog and article, and I'm not sure if she hit up YouTube or something. That's where YouTube had to step in. So it's not Negroes going to take people out this platform. It's going to be these people that run this platform on the side, so they're going to pull the plug. Right? It's the man or it's the Caucasian woman. So I tell people this, move forward. Get uncomfortable. If you're doing this and you want something, you better expand to a point where you are less threatened at the platform moving forward. You get me? You should make your thing and keep pushing. If you can find something outside to keep doing it, do so. But do not be, and I repeat again, do not get comfortable on YouTube. YouTube has reached the apex of what they're doing now. So now with all this content that you know, for people to get to think and have different perspective, they can easily pull a plug and say, we don't want that. We just want to continue the propaganda. We want entertainment and nonsense. We rather keep you asleep than have you really think. Which really, that was the premise from the start. It was different outlet for people things that a different perspective of things of reality. Now they're pulling back that and saying, now we want to just have like everything else. You're gonna be entertained, and we're gonna put anything that what you seem is what we deem right that you watch. We don't want to watch you talk about relationships. Hell, we don't want you to talk about this nigga shit. Hell, you don't want to talk about what's going on over across seas on my platform. You get me? Don't talk about a certain group of people. It is at that point now where they could easily pull a plug on a lot of this stuff. You get me? The reason why they're not doing it yet is they're going to slowly do one thing first that will get people action. First they go at the money. Once the money's dry, people go to do two things. Either you stay or you go. And after that, they're going to start pulling money on that too. There are ways how they're going to play this. So I'm not scaring people. I'm telling people right now, what they're doing right now, you keep it as a moment. But obviously, if you don't have anything for backing or anything outside this, you're in trouble. And that's one thing. If they didn't learn what happened to her, and this happened to a lot of dudes made adjustments anyway. But when women get to this now, and you didn't have enough set aside for someone else, you're deep crap. You get me? Especially you put out here your content that if you had to come back assimilate to the real world, no one's going to take you seriously or even look at you. If you ever has come to that point.
And we saw that with the Cheesecake Factory girl, Chaos Rain. How you doing, bro?
What about Cheesecake Factory? What about her? What happened to her?
People didn't assimilate with her, align with her message.
Okay.
Because she's one of those people who put out that toxic rhetoric, and she tried it in the real world, and she got backlash for it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest with you.
Hold on, Chaos. We got to let other people get in. So,
that's
Bro
it.
speak, and then I think that Shannon B wanted to go. Well, go ahead, Bro speak.
Is Shannon B still here?
Yeah, I think he dropped off.
Oh, I'm sorry, not Shannon B. Goodness. Kev 504. I meant.
Yeah, y'all go ahead.
No, I think again, and you know, with that whole cheesecake thing, everybody saw it for what it is. It's been proven it's a skit, and that's the thing with those skits is that it brings attention. People think, but once they find it's a skit, now they're gonna be mad at you for bringing this skit to life. It's like, but the thing of it is, the skit, as much as people want to say that it was a skit, there are real situations that happen similar to that.
Yeah, the skit came from somewhere. Yeah.
Right. It's happened in real life to both men and women. So that's why people it resonated with people, because it's actually happened. As much as some men and some women want to be like, no, that don't happen, that don't happen. No, that has happened. It may not. Now the Cheesecake Factory may have been more ridiculous considering, but that has actually happened. And they got another two lists. But it, huh?
No, you were saying something about.
No, well, now they got like two lists out here, and again, now it's starting to be I think again, they're starting to troll people now, just to get a rise out of it. Yeah,
those situations aren't real. That's the whole point. They're catering to the algorithm. They're seeing the whole crybaby era, and so this used to be a woman's type argument. Like you could pander to women. They make a lot of money. You can't pander to women anymore. They're not really going for that. But the men can be pandered to now. That's what the whole Kevin Samuels thing was about. They found out there was a new market. You can do that. You don't have to do it to women anymore. Derek Jackson's, that whole thing is gone. It's men now.
True.
Men are the new. If they had talk TV still like when I was a kid, it would be ran by men now. And there would be men on the panels instead of the women. And that's what it is now. That cheesecake thing, that wasn't real from Jump Street. The lady getting hit with a brick, you didn't even have to be smart to know that wasn't real.
Yeah.
But you didn't have to be smart to know that. Anybody knows if you get hit with a brick, she wouldn't have been able to make a video.
That's
the people.
Yeah.
That's the situation of people. How did she get her cheek that big? What did she do?
She was allergic.
They said it was like an allergic reaction or something.
Faith, if you get hit in the face with a brick, if you remember what happened, first of all, they would be patching your face together. I'm talking about.
Yeah, I would be too busy at the emergency room. I'm not making a video, and I don't want nobody to see me like that because I'm too gang. Okay.
And then here's I'm gonna go to, because I'm glad they brought it up. Those lists. Anybody with regular common sense that's been out here in the streets, those lists were made by men. You could tell.
What list?
It's too obvious.
What list? What is this list thing that y'all talking about?
It's on
Twitter. Somebody made it.
Yeah, men made both of them lists.
Yeah, what list?
They got
it's
a
a
list
list
out
of where
there
not to take
I'll try to find it for you, Faith, if you want to see it.
Yeah,
I'll try to.
It's where you should review it because it's very interesting because it's so obvious. Like when I first seen them when they were reading it down, I was like, oh my god, a dude wrote this crap. Women don't even know it. Most women don't even know where they want to go when they go out. If you're gonna take a woman somewhere, let me back all the way up. First of all, this first date thing, I want to put this out there. I've never seen people who take people they don't know on dates. I haven't seen that. I need somebody to kind of fill me in on how that works. Like somebody you don't know and you're going to take them on a date and spend hundreds of dollars or even close to $100.
Well, me and my boyfriend, when we first went on a date, he took me to Papa Do's.
I did it before.
On a first date, you didn't know him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I went on the first date to Papa Do's too.
Did you
That's
know
not
him?
normal.
Like
That's
you
not
didn't.
normal.
We talked on the phone a little while, and then we went to Papa Do's.
There we go. Right there.
Yeah, talk.
But she didn't.
Right.
Y'all talked.
Well, we met at Papa Do's. That was our first time meeting each other because it was a long distance relationship. And I'm the type of person. Before I go to your house, I'm gonna meet you somewhere. And he met me at Papa Do's. He took me to Papa Do's.
How long did y'all talk first, though?
We talked for about a good 6 months.
There you go.
See, y'all get
that's different.
Though, man.
That's what
different.
Shannon B is saying. Like, for a first date of y'all getting to know each other, that's not normal.
That's crazy. I've never heard of that.
What?
Wait. Let Kev 504. Kev 504 has been trying to get in, y'all.
Well, I'm sorry.
My bad.
You never encountered you think it's odd that someone could meet a young lady, ask her for a number, call and say, you want to go out, let's go get something to eat or a drink or something. They don't know those people. That's a date.
Yes, that's odd. That's
And
very
you do
odd.
not know them. Oh, come on, man. That's the average dating game.
Yeah, that's odd. I've never seen
Well,
that.
maybe
That is not
I don't
odd.
know
That's
because
normal.
I never did that. That maybe that's just me.
So you don't date?
Unless you're dating co-workers.
Huh?
No, what I'm saying is, most people meet a person, they talk to them for at least a week or two, and then they try to go out on a date.
And you still don't know that person.
See if it lines up with what they said on the phone.
There you go.
Right, but you still don't know that
I want to
person.
clarify
You go
something
to
real
find
quick.
out about
When I brought up the Cheesecake Factory situation, it came out that it was a skit, and the lady actually said that she was trying to, the way that she was acting was in a manner that she feels like a lot of chronically online women interact with other people, and then they try to use it in real life. So that's why I mentioned the backlash that she got and everything.
I think that it seemed like she was trying to imitate Shira 7, but she was
that too. That sprinkle
ghetto version of Shira 7, though.
But the thing is,
Those
I've
women don't
actually
exist.
witnessed a situation like that from afar.
You witnessed it, or you were part of it?
I witnessed it.
Okay, I've never seen that in my life. I haven't seen a woman on planet Earth get around some dude they don't know and just start clowning on by going somewhere. I'm not gonna know Cheesecake Factory.
I've seen it. Though. I'm sorry. There are certain people who just exist. I'm not saying it's common, but I do say these people definitely exist now. I ain't never denying that.
That's what I'm saying. It's like we want to make sure we want to say like I can say that never happened to me. I never had a woman say, "Hey, well, we're going here. I don't want to go there." I never had that.
Have you heard of it?
Huh?
So where do you usually go?
Where do I usually go?
Yeah.
It really depends. Really, like I went.
Such as the last time you went on a date.
Last time I went to where did we go? I don't know. I wouldn't consider. The last date I went on, we went to the movie. The date before that, we went to Buffalo Wild Wings, then to the movie. So, and the one before that, we went at a poetry club because both of us are into poetry. So, it just depends. But I never had a woman say, I don't want to go there or nothing like that. But to say that it doesn't happen at all, because there are men and women who say that this has actually happened. So it wouldn't have resonated that well if it didn't happen. Are people putting extras on it? Probably. But to say it's never happened at all, that also be disingenuous.
So what if, I want to ask you something. What if you wanted to take a woman to a seafood place and she's allergic to seafood and she says, I don't really want to go there. I'd prefer to go to another place. How would you feel about that?
I would be, if she said, hey, I'm allergic to seafood, then yeah. But if she just saying, I don't want to go there and just that's what she leaving it is, then yeah, I would be like, well, what's the issue? You know, that I think again, it goes back to if you have a specific reason for why you're not going, like, look, I don't like cheesecake. So if a woman suggested Cheesecake Factory, well, I don't like cheesecake.
They serve more than cheesecake, man.
Yeah, they serve more than cheesecake. They have a very good belt steak there that I like.
Excellent steak.
Yeah,
like I said, that's all I know them for is cheesecake.
They got different variety of cheesecakes.
Well,
So
maybe you date, you have your dating habit, so it's not right.
Yeah, I like Greek food too. But Greek restaurants have some good food.
I do too.
Yeah.
If you don't like no Greek food,
the lamb, yeah, I like the
maybe
lamb.
Greek dish.
And bro speak, your dating sounds very, very normal. That I'm glad. I was glad to hear that. It sounded very normal. Wings, a movie. That's more than
that's what I believe in, living within your means and
Right.
dating and doing things that you normally do, because you're bringing the woman into your world and you're giving her a glimpse of your world. I do
Exactly.
not
Right, but if
believe.
your world look like Wingstop, I'm gonna get it. The what do you call it?
Oh hell no.
Taxi.
Hey, you
But
know
but
what?
Oh hell
understand,
no.
you
I
can
would
say,
never.
but
They
then
have a
the
lot of
woman can
people
say
who
no.
don't
She
mind.
can, if she's not into that, she can say no. But I'm more for a man living within his means and going to places that he goes to that he thinks is a nice place than to be like that dude that was on that show where he took that woman to a $500 place and he was ready to fight her because she wanted to go home.
Mm.
Some
See
guys
that?
overextend themselves, and they think that because they paid a certain amount of money that something is supposed to happen. And if you say, well, it was nice meeting you, have a nice day, then they want to fight you. So,
Right.
you know, that's why, I'm like, if you go to certain places and you feel comfortable and you want to introduce this woman to your world, then do what then that's fine. But going above and beyond outside of to a woman who's out of your league, and then you're mad because you spent a week's worth of salary, yeah, that's dangerous for the woman because she don't need somebody blowing up on her and trying to fight her.
Buffalo Wild Wings is where is that then?
Yeah, so wait a minute. So when you introducing a woman into your world, wouldn't you want her to, um, be introduced into a world that's kind of, nice and, I don't know. I mean, like Buffalo Wild Wings does not say that this is the world that I want to be
Yeah, but that's also
Sounds
good for
sounds normal.
I mean, cheesecake. Let's take cheesecake, but that's excellent first date, right? Nothing wrong with the cheesecake bistro, and
Above and
like this
beyond.
gentleman, like the gentleman said, they went to Buffalo Wild Wings and to the movies. Most women, a lot of women don't have no problem with that whatsoever. And if I'm gonna introduce a woman into my world, I'm not going to a $500 damn dinner whether I can afford it or not. I got to bring it into that. We got to get to know
But
each
what it doesn't have to be a $500 restaurant. Like your world is like what you normally do. Like most guys, their world is going to exotic restaurants. Like I went to this restaurant out here in Phoenix on Zetta's Grill. It's a Greek restaurant.
other.
They serve gourmet lamb dishes, and and it wasn't no $500 meal. I think at the end of the meal, I think he paid like 150 for both of us. It wasn't that much.
Right.
There's
And
not a
I
lot
and
of men that like lamb.
let's say this: I cook a lot. My world is cooking. I
I
can't
don't.
Okay,
like
now I can
mama.
get with that. I love chefs.
Yeah, but we can't do that on the first date because you had to come to the house. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay, yeah, I can't go to the house. No.
Yeah,
Right.
man.
Now I'm from the south, so once I get to the point of cooking at home, that's when I know I got you because we can cook down here. Take your shoes off and relax, and I'm gonna go ahead on and cook something, and which is always impressive to a lot of women because they like to see men cook.
Well, we're not. Why not plan an exotic date like on a beach or at a nice park where there's nice greenery and scenery? Set the table up, get the wine glasses,
Mhm.
and serve the meal there.
Right, I've done that too, but some women ain't about that. But to
Yeah,
each his
you
own though. It depends how you present
right.
it and if they interested in you like that.
It
Right.
depends on how you present it because if it's a nice moonlight night and you have a canopy with all the frills and everything, yeah, I would be like, oh, nice.
And
I
look, I
like
got a
this.
little
Okay,
picnic kit
but
too. I got a picnic kit that got the plates, the glasses in it, the forks, and the blanket. And I get what you're saying. That is a good
but
thing.
I think also you got to know who you got, but you still got to talk to that woman first to see if she even interested in that too. Because, like I said, with the poetry, that was from me talking to the woman. Hey, you like poetry? Oh, I like poetry. So that's why our first date was to a poetry club. And so I think again, you got to talk to people first, also,
More than
and
once.
yeah, you know,
For an extended period of time. Don't forget that part.
right. Just, you yeah, you can do all that picnic stuff, and yeah, that will work for some women. But some women, like Kevin said, they not on that, and
Mhm.
they're gonna look at that as a cheap. That's a cheap date.
And let me ask
You
you
know,
this,
remember
Shannon.
there were
Let me ask
people
you this,
saying,
Shannon.
"Oh, you want to speak? That's
Let's say
cheap."
let's say, Shannon, you go on a first date and it leads to intimacy or sex. You still don't know that woman.
Right.
And that happens a lot on first dates.
But that's
That's what
why
I'm
I was
talking
talking
about.
about the biology, because like if a woman gives it up too soon on the first date, you guys have a hormone called vasopressin that depletes. And once that hormone depletes, if a woman gives it up too soon without you bonding to her, you're no longer interested in that woman anymore. You're going to be interested in conquering other women.
No,
Is that
I
real? Is
know.
that
I had
real
a baby
science?
with I had the baby, a baby with the one I was.
Yeah, I don't.
That's my
That
first daughter mama. So
I don't
it
want to argue
depends
with
on the
people's
individual.
science,
I
but
take it as I think if a woman sharing her body with you and stuff like that, it should be taken as a compliment and nothing
exactly.
less. That's
Yeah,
it. I don't
it
have
should be
no
taken as a
problem with
compliment.
that. I will call you. I will call you and such and such. It was a great evening. I took it for what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it really just the guy because again, it's like, and I think also with the women about the whole thing about the giving up too soon and stuff. I, it really depends on that woman.
Can I ask you something? So you would be okay with your daughters doing that?
If my daughter's an adult woman and she met someone she decided to sleep with, there's nothing I can do with that.
No, but you're okay with it. You think
No,
that's
would you
as
be
long
okay
as
with it? It's
long as
not that you can do anything about
yeah,
it, but would you be okay with it?
yeah, she's grown. She can make her own decisions.
Yeah,
I,
I got
I
5
don't. I
daughters.
can't police it,
it,
but I wouldn't have
I know
no.
I got
That
4
that's
daughters. 5.
right.
That ain't my daughter.
I
Go
think
ahead.
that's
so
one of them things
you'd
that's
be
going to
okay with
happen in
your
life.
daughters having sex with men on the first date?
So every man she dates, you know that your daughter's gonna
Now we're
basically
going to the
bust it open.
extreme. Now we're going next to
Yeah,
everybody.
she's
But
gonna
that's
bust
what
it
we're
Don't.
open.
saying. We're
That's what
talking
we're
about the
asking.
first date.
Well, she's
I
are we
saying,
kind of
talking
want to
well,
about
put
the
my
Faith
extreme
2
Factor
cases?
cents
say
Because
on.
every date.
not everybody
That's
having
different.
sex on that
If
first
she's
date.
interested in the guy, then so be it. What you gonna do about it?
No, we're not saying what are you going to do about it. We're saying
Would
are
you
you
be
okay
okay
with
with that?
Yeah, I'll be okay with it. Right, she's a grown
Wow.
Yeah,
woman. She make her
Again,
own
shouldn't
I
that
decision.
would too.
shouldn't
That's
that
the
be
whole
dependent on
liberation
that
of women.
woman?
She
Because
make her own
again,
decision.
all right, yeah. But again, I like there's some women who do that and they're not going to be as affected as other women would be. I think that some women, yeah, no, you should not be giving up on the first date. That's not you. You probably need to be in. You probably need to wait. But then again, you got to be dating the type of men that's going to be willing to do that, and you got to know who those guys are. Now, if you the type, hey, you want to know what quote unquote what he working with, waiting might not be for her. She might need to go get in, see what he working with, and
Or
go from
just
there.
want to.
Oh, yeah, they just want to.
Right.
That's not indicative of that woman if she just want to um give it to you on the first date. I mean, my ex told me she was gonna give it to me for my birthday, and that was before we actually went on a date.
You shouldn't have
I was
told her.
like,
You should have moved your birthday up.
man,
I'm messing with
I
you.
said I
Wow.
told him like,
But
man, you told me this after the fact, man.
The
You too wild
shenanigans.
for that crap, huh?
But let me ask you this, AP. If a man said that he, had sex on the first date, would you look
I
at him
would
any
tell him
different?
I don't want to waste your time and I don't want you to be angry with me. So go ask somebody else.
Okay. I
And
mean,
that's
I don't want to have to bust out no karate and shit. I don't want to have to punch somebody in their throat because they're coming
damn.
at me. Yeah. You picked the wrong person and I don't want to waste your time. Pick somebody else. And trust me, I already did this. Person wanted to take me to a Prince concert. I was like, yeah, ask somebody else.
Well, I
okay.
got a lot for that
Damn.
sex on the first date thing. I've had sex with a lot of women on the first date. I always appreciated it, but it's like this. Even some of the women that it's about liking the other person. I've had sex with some women on the first date. They didn't like me, so they kind of were just doing that because of the occupation I was in at that time, and they were like, I just wanted to do that, and it was cool. I had fun, but they weren't looking at me in that light. So
But did
That's
you
what
know
they
the
did.
women? Did you know the
No,
women?
no, I didn't
You
know.
see,
I was a
that
DJ for
happened.
20-something years.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's
You're a
just,
bad man as a DJ. You the king of the house.
yeah, they were doing it just to say, when they get in conversations, yeah, I smashed that nigga. He all right. That's what they were doing.
Not only
So
that, B, but some women, they might feel some kind of way and attracted to you. That's it. And if they move on that, it is what it is. They're adults.
Right. But this is what my point is. They were attracted, but not necessarily wanting to be with me. You get it?
That's fine too.
Yeah, they weren't into me in that level. It was like they were just like, I don't want to say they were just doing something, but it was more that they
So
were
what did they get out of it? As far as like just giving it up. Did they get anything out of it?
Well, let me help you with this. There you go. Women like sex. I know it's mind blowing, but no, women like sex too. They like to smash. They just like to smash. And some dudes, because when I first started hearing this was like the late 2000s. I started hearing women started sounding like men. Like, I'm gonna go get some head from this nigga. And I was like, what? Like, that's how men used to talk about women. But women talk like that about men now.
I think it's always.
I think that women are trying to emulate men. I don't think that they necessarily are getting anything out of it, because biologically, the way that we're built, we don't get as much out of sex as men do.
There are too many women that have men that don't care about them, and they're single parents. And to me, there's no way that they feel the same way, like this is a recreational sport. And if they do feel that way, they're paying the price for it.
Yeah, because just think about it, and I'm gonna be vulgar for a second, so please bear with me.
Too.
But the way that we are built biologically, for a woman to have sex on the first date, we've got to get something out of it. Okay, so I mean, what are you doing? Because I know if you just met this woman, I know you're not going down on her so that she can get the ultimate satisfaction.
If be in pussy, you might think that, but
they must be younger generation do that.
That's what it is, though. Factor.
They fuck with bust down.
She getting sex. She getting what she wanted.
They like sex.
Okay, but there's a certain type of sex where women get off, and that involves a lot. And I'm just saying that, are you as a man willing to go through all of that on the first date with the woman?
Nobody takes the first nighter serious. Nobody takes the first nighter serious. I'm hearing all this shit. Listen, so like this is cap, because when you find out that, hey, she's the bust down, like that's what they call them, the bust down, that everybody done bust down easy. Yeah, you walking around the school, you walking around the job, you cheesing and smiling, you looking like Boo Boo the goddamn fool. And your girl just sucked my dick this last week. Oh shit, bro, I had that last month. Yeah, I got her pregnant, and we're gonna live a happy family. Everybody gonna be laughing at you like a fool, and you're gonna be sitting there saying, "Well, this is still my." Stop it.
But
Men feel fragile. Men feel fragile and weak when they know that they got the community pussy, and that they like, oh man, every nigga's laughing at me because everybody done ran through this one. Like this cap shit, like I'm fine with my girl knowing my daughter has a sex tape out where they all done fucked on her in a gangbang. Niggas ain't. I mean, you saying you cool with that? You full of shit, or you don't got no control of your children, or they don't respect you. Because other than that,
you don't have control over adult children. No, you don't.
Listen,
then they do the best you can by raising them. If they make their decision, they're making grown folks women decisions, man.
But all we asked you was,
I ain't got nothing to do with that one.
Okay, well, Kev,
okay with it.
We asked if you would be okay with it, not whether you have control over it. Would you be okay with it?
Now, I mean, there's a lot of these same dudes who come around online or be on panels or come in these spaces and chats. I've seen plenty of them get up on panels. Don't run from it now.
Because I've
Okay,
done that.
but see, but
Right.
BMT, what Cav 504 is saying is that he would be okay with his
That's
daughter
cap.
going on multiple dates with
I didn't
multiple
say
men.
you didn't say
Busting it wide
multiple.
open on the
You
first
said
day.
you ain't can't do
Yeah,
nothing about it.
kind of.
You said you fine with it. You said you fine. It's okay. She grown. You
Yeah,
fine with
she
it.
on.
So hold up. So whatever dude gutting her out and say like, hey, that guy has STDs, or y'all got to keep taking her to the clinic. All keep on saying, well, you
See,
grown.
this what you conflating that with
That's not
bust
Yeah,
conflating.
down.
That's
it's
no,
too
that's
many.
reality. That's
Okay.
reality.
Okay,
Because
All
I
right.
I think
that's reality.
we're
Y'all don't
trying to.
y'all not understanding that women are more
You got to make one
susceptible
argument though.
to hold on. But no, y'all don't get it. Women are more susceptible to STIs and STDs than men are. So we're not gonna pretend like that literally that they have a more high susceptibility. They'll find out faster with them than a man will. A man will keep on fucking, while the women they're like, damn, what the fuck's going on? I'm burning.
Okay,
I'm burning up.
That's still
but
extreme.
BMT
Yeah, it's too
again.
many arguments.
There are still women, even with all that known, they'll still bang on the first night.
Okay,
Right.
They will
you
on
going
that
wrong
first
too?
date. They will.
Throughout the history of mankind, nothing changed.
Okay,
Right. And the thing about it is the reason why I asked the men this on the panel, because you guys always put the onus on women and how women raise
they do.
children. But I
They
want
do.
to illustrate here that there are men on the panel that say that they wouldn't have a problem with their daughter doing it. They grown, and you're not, as a parent, going to step in and say, hey, this can happen to you, like BMT laid out. STDs, you're more susceptible because you're a woman, because of how your biology is made up. You're not
Abuse.
giving them the game on men. You're not
Abuse.
talking to them
Rape.
and
Game
telling them.
bang. We're,
You're
we're,
not
we're
talking
making
to
the
them and telling
assumption
them
that
that it's not a
Kevin
good
hasn't.
idea.
I've
Okay,
talked to mine and
the
I've told
assumption
them
that
what
Kevin
good
hasn't
ideas are, baby, but they're gonna
talked to.
make their own decision. That's a woman's choice.
You're making the assumption Kevin did not teach his daughters about
Right,
how these men are.
right. That's the
If
first thing
she,
I
if
did
he's,
with
if
all four girls I raised. I'm
and
raising an
and
Well, I
11-year-old
thought you had
now.
one. No, you got
No,
one or four.
I got two biological. I said raised, not have. I raised two other girls that not mine. One is 38 years old. One is 26 years old, and my biological daughter is 23. I got a 23, and I got an 11-year-old that I'm raising right now.
Well, I've never had it. Like I've never had it where any of women come brag off to me about their sexual escapades. Like, hey, Pop, I just fucked a nigga last night, and you know what I'm saying. And I got another nigga on the track. I'm gonna get tonight. I've never ever had that shit. Well, you're
Me
grown.
neither.
You can go
I never
like
had that
so.
either.
oh,
Me neither.
But
Most
what
so okay.
daughter
women
would,
never
So
would
had
feel
that,
that comfortable
especially the
doing
men.
that anyway, even if she's not doing that? What daughter's gonna be talking to her father about her sex life?
you'd be
Yeah,
surprised. Hold
that's
on.
real.
One minute y'all make argument. Well, these new generation. See, I don't like when people play the new generation game, but then all of a sudden, what daughter? Because then it's like, so what father is cool with hearing about his daughter just openly fine with just dropping her drawers every other goddamn night? So then I'm gonna throw that to you. If you're gonna say, well, what daughter? I'm gonna say, well, what father's cool with hearing that? Hey, what I'm hearing about you fucking one of my goddamn guys I work with. What's I hear about you fucking every dude in the club? So
That's
so
two
I want to
different
run that
arguments,
argument to
though.
you right now, brother. Speak. Since you could say, well, what daughter would be cool with the father knowing about that? So what father would be cool with knowing that his daughter's fucking everybody in town?
Yeah, them two different arguments, though.
No,
Yeah,
no, no,
yeah.
no, no, no,
No,
no.
two
That
different
is
arguments. You,
no.
You
That
just making
let
an
me.
argument
Does
about
anybody else
one,
one,
know
and
that think
then
I'm talking
make an
about on something
argument
different?
about. We're having a talk about girls having smashing on the first date, and then now we're having an
you
argument
talk,
about hoeing. Those are two different
What?
things.
So
And
what do you think
you
that
know
is? What
what,
do you think
Fact?
that's looked at as?
This is how I see it, Fact. If I'm gonna be that, even though I raise them and I can tell them all the things like that, but I cannot police them in relationships when they're adults. All I can do is give them information
But that's
before.
not what we asked
And
you.
so
We
if they
asked you,
make a
are you
decision to
okay
sleep
with
with
it?
somebody else, I
he
just have to, go along
he
that
said
she's an adult. She make her own adult decisions.
he
So are
said
All
he's
you
the all
okay
okay
the
with
with
her
that?
all
decision making.
the promiscuity and the sexually transmitted diseases, all that's covered before they become as teens. So
Yeah.
in
Well,
also right. So
I will say this. I will say this, Kev 504. I agree with you. You cannot control an adult, but there's certain things. I have 4 children. I have 3 girls too. And you know, when they come to me and tell me boneheaded stuff that they do, even though they're grown and they're on their own, I'm still gonna kick in as mama and be like, you
Mhm.
know, that was a bonehead decision, and then I'm gonna go into explaining why it was a bonehead decision. But I'll to let them know, hey, you grown, you can do what you want to do, but it's never gonna be cool with me. You always gonna hear my mouth because I'm your mama, and I'm gonna tell you what's right and what's wrong, regardless.
right.
Right. And the same thing happened for me as a man, even with my father and my mom. Granted, I'm a grown man. My father, bro, what's this I'm hearing about? You sleeping with that girl and you ain't wearing no protection? You think my mom's like, well, you're a grown man. You can make no, my mom railed into me. You ain't gonna be in my house. You ain't gonna be hanging, you ain't gonna be if you grown enough to actually think you're gonna be laying up with them women and bringing them to my house, you know my mom said, you need to get out. Because
Yeah, I was
you ain't going
27 years old when I got my last whooping. That you know, I'm gonna just be honest with you.
but I'm
27.
just saying, granted,
But
I'm just letting y'all
you got
know
that
because
talking to BMT before while you was a teenager. That's what I just said. Now,
the talking don't the
hold on.
talkings don't stop. Talkings don't stop at
Does
just
your
teenager.
mom know that you
But
go out there
BNT,
and smash somebody on the first night or when you just meet them? No, she's not thinking that. But she go also respect that you're a grown
But
ass man now and you go do what grown folks do.
no, my
Well,
mom
you
sees
know,
me as a my mom sees
you gotta keep honing it in, nailing it into your kid's head to respect themselves.
exactly.
It's a respect issue, and if your kid is out there doing that, they're not respecting themselves.
Right.
If your kid
Understand
goes out
I
there
can't
and
speak
has
for how
sex with
y'all I
somebody
can't
that they interested in on the first night, they're not respecting themselves.
okay, here's
That's
where the
what I mean. That's
family
what
and here's where the family integrity thing starts to fall out because whenever I'm serious about people or serious about certain things, I would bring them around my parents because I would want them to actually start to see them and see what they see about them that might be good for me. So I brought my wife around my mom. You understand
okay,
that? I brought.
but
I
that's
didn't cut you
right.
off. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for you to cut me off, dude. Let me finish what I got to say. So I brought her around. Now, whenever I had the fast little chickies, my mom was like, "No, no, she's not the one. She be spreading her leg too quickly." My mom will tell me, just like my dad would tell me, even though I was grown. So this thing about when people say, "Well, if you're grown, there's nothing you can say or do." No, my parents, even though I'm grown, my parents still say their piece, and they still give me that verbal chastisement. They don't put their hands on me, but they definitely don't say, "Well, you a man now. Give me that fist bump." Like, no, my dad will say, "Hey, bro, you out of pocket for that one." But my mom will say, "No, why you dealing with that girl? Don't you know she can't? Look how she dressed. She ain't got no respect for herself." So I don't feel like dealing with that social shaming. Shout out to that of bringing that type of energy around my family or my circles. See, that's the thing it is. If you don't got that circle, then I guess you could just lay down with anything.
okay, but BNT, even if your mom and your dad did that, if you were still interested in that girl, did you still sleep with that woman? Was
No,
that in the front of your mind when you was
no, I didn't.
when you?
No, I did. If my family, and my friends and peers had nothing but bad insight about this person, they're probably seeing something outside of my peripheral of lust, because that's what it is, that I'm not seeing. So you know what they're going to say? Hey, she's not the one. Or guess what? They're not going to make it easier for me to say, hey, we want that type of person to come around, or we're going to be endorsing your behavior. So
Okay,
no, they're not going to do that. And no, and see, I respect my people, my peers enough to actually actually taking part their judgment. So I'm not going to bring them around. So that's a difference. I mean, I can't speak for how y'all are, but I respect my peers. So I'm not going to
Honestly,
bring
I'm the
something around
same
like
way
that.
with I'm the same way, BNT. Like my parents tell me, hey, don't you go mess with that girl over there. You see what's wrong with her. You know how we raised you.
okay. What I'm asking is, I'm sorry.
Somebody got some air going on.
I'm sorry, it's
Somebody.
me driving.
AP,
I'm
that's
sorry. Let me
you.
turn it
You
off.
good?
Okay.
BMT. BMT always busy. He always moving. So
I'm on mute. I'm on mute.
Mute up whoever that is with the air.
I think it's AP.
Okay. What I think the issue is that we have gotten away from actually being involved parents, and parenting does not stop after the child becomes grown.
No, it doesn't.
Gentle parenting. That's what you're talking about? Or hands-off parenting?
Yeah, because it's just kind of like once the kid gets, to be an adult, and then all of a sudden we're like, oh, that's it. I'm done. It's over. But no, you got another role. You got an advisory role now. And so where does the advice come in?
Okay, but you can advise them all you want. But like Kev said, they are grown. Again, we keep making the assumption that okay, they're gonna listen to everything you said 24/7, 365. I know for myself, I didn't listen to my mother on everything 365, 24/7, 365.
Well, my son getting rid of that girl that I've been telling him, he finally listening because I've been on that ass. I've been on that ass.
Right,
but
here's the thing about it.
Multiple times too, though. Factor. I mean, we can stay on their ass and shit if you want, but we also know the effects of when parents are on children's ass too much. That's usually the one that gets out there the most. Preacher's daughter, locked in. Talk to them. I
mean, I get the doom and gloom conversation, like, well, woulda, shoulda, coulda, but see, then all of a sudden, I love it when I see people start popping up when they hear about why the girl is dead, why this has happened, why that happened, and then they always say, where was the family? Where was the parents? Were they not trained? Well, I'm like, well, damn, where's the preventive measures? Because why wait to where they're dead or something happened? Why not be preemptive about that? So, granted, my mom saw one of the women, she liked to get handsy and destroy stuff. That's what my mom already told her. And my sister, hey, stay away from my son.
So yeah, Alpha Omega brings up a good point. Not to cut you off, but he's talking about another content creator that should be retired right now, but she had to take care of her adult child's toddler. And she should be retired. So, your grown kids' decisions, will affect you. So which one of y'all gonna babysit?
Well, she is retired. She don't have to work.
Yeah, but she got to babysit.
Bomb Cherry watching her grandson is her choice. She want to spend time with her grandchild. That's not abnormal.
She don't want to. She got to.
No, she don't have to. They can put her in daycare. That child got, her son got a job and the baby mama, she enjoys it.
Or they could put them out, but they chose to bring them in. So, I mean, again, it's like we want to be on, well, they have to, like.
So y'all don't.
I've talked to her enough to know that if they didn't want to do it, they were not going to do it. So, and not to be defending her, but I'm just saying, from the talking to her and her husband, if they didn't want to do it, they ain't gonna do it.
Right.
So they choosing to do it.
But see, there is such a thing as emotional blackmail.
Okay. I don't think they are going through that. And I hate to be the one trying to defend them, but I don't think they're the ones going to be susceptible to that. Right. That's a church choice. If they choosing to do that, who are we to say, well, that's wrong? That's their choice. If they choose to do it,
grandmother saying, "Don't bring them babies over here. I ain't watching them." That's that grandma's choice.
Right.
But the thing about it is, okay, I'm a grandmother too. I love my grandchild.
Me too.
But at the same time, it's kind of hard to say no when that child is in a situation where they're parenting by themselves and you're their only support system. You can't really say no. So it is kind of like emotional blackmail. It's kind of like, and you do it. You also enjoy being with the grandchild, but it's like you gotta be there. You got to.
I don't think that's the case. My mother was like that. She was like, "No, you can't bring these kids over when I don't want them over here, no, you can't bring these kids over. She did not care like that. She told my brother straight up, I already raised children. You're not bringing these kids over here unless I
But
want them.
but it's
So
a thing, like with some people, they just more like cold with it, like, hey, I don't care, you're not doing it. Then there's some people that they don't want to be bothered, but they care, but they love their grandchild. So it's just all these emotions involved where it makes it hard for you to say no.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And let me tell you
I
my
get
situation, Factor. It's like me. My daughter's mom passed when she was 3, right? She's 11 now. But like the grandmother, I have to go to court. The grandmother keep fighting for her to move to Chicago and go to court because she wants to raise my child. I've been back and forth to court for the last 5 years for a child that's mine, and her mama passed. But she wants the child, literally, to live with her. So I don't know if she's trying to hang on to the last days and get to know them or whatever it is. But I think children, like grandparents, we grandparents, it rejuvenates them or whatever it is. But I got to fight that. Literally had to fight that. I've been in court more behind trying to raise my own child, a good man who raised children, than I did with any kind of street level. So some grandparents seek that. Some I know, like my friends' grandparents, I don't bring them children over here. I'm going to bingo. That kind of thing. And then Bond case, her son
But
lives with
just because you can do that to this elderly person, does that mean that you should? Because I mean,
That's
some
true.
people will take full advantage of someone's hospitality, but they don't take into consideration this person's old. Like a lot of older people think they can do a lot of stuff. Like my mom is like in her 70s, and she
They
thinks
don't
she
want
can
to
do
sit
all
down.
this stuff.
Yep.
And she don't want to sit down. And so now
My
she's my
grandpa was
sister.
like 94, moving around the junkyard. Yep.
Well, my sister has young children. Like her kids are like 5, 6, 7, 8. And my mom is in her 70s, and she can barely get around. She talking about she want to keep the kids. She wants to, but she can't. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Well, and Faith, I can understand what you're saying about the emotional blackmail, but that also can go both ways. You got like Kevin was saying, the grandmother is trying to bring the kid over there when it might be in her best interest not to have the child. It'd be better for her to have the father there.
So that's when us as the parents, and like he's stepping in and he's doing what he's supposed to do. He's taking responsibility. That is not that elderly person's responsibility.
And
no, it's not.
But like I said, there's that blackmail runs both ways because you don't want to do that.
Her son lives with her, and she suggested not putting them in daycare, that she would watch them so the woman and her son can save their money, because that's what she chose to do.
Well, how long is the son gonna live with her now?
I don't know,
that thing right there been going on a long time. Like, when is he gonna move?
Yeah, that's their personal choice in their household. I don't know.
Yeah, like I can't have my son living with me well until he damn near 40. Hell no.
Right.
And
but,
again, that's their choice.
We had that conversation, Factor, and I think there's a limit on what age it tries to be to stay with you. But when I was growing up, shit, you was 18, you got out and work, and we had the desire to get our own place and move out the home. Right?
Yeah, I couldn't wait to move. I'm like, what is with these people staying at the home until they goddamn 40? This is crazy.
Right. And also got some people. I had this conversation with someone, and it was like, okay, well, maybe we should give our kids more of an advantage and let them stay while they're in school or continue to college.
But how much of an advantage are you getting when you damn near 40? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now.
My line is 23, 24. You need to, if you in college, or we working on something, people are different.
Yeah, I didn't move out the house
that really needed to be happening. I've noticed that a lot of younger guys. This is just. I'm only going to talk about black males. The younger the black boys, they do not have motivation to do anything. I got 4 daughters. 2 of my daughters are in their 20s. Right. They have a house, 2-story house in the suburbs in the town next to mine. My son does not want that. He doesn't want to do basically anything besides smash women.
The
And
boys be lazy, man.
man, and it's not just him though. Even
Right.
the guys my daughter talks to, she comes and talks to me about certain guys because she wants to know what they are before she gets serious with them. And I could smell them. They don't want to do nothing. Like I'm talking about, I know guys that don't do nothing outside of getting dressed and playing video games. That's all they do. And I see it's like a kind of a big problem. And it's kind of with the older guys too. Most of the guys that you meet, they wouldn't even be nowhere if they didn't have a woman. The whole house is in the woman's name, the insurance is in the woman's name, everything, their whole existence is in the woman's name. And
yeah, because that's what they were taught.
But don't you think that that's a parenting issue though? Like, what are these parents doing with their sons that they're not doing with their daughters?
It's beyond parenting at this point, because what I've seen, the girls are doing it. The girls are doing it, and the guys don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what in the world is going on? Like, you don't want a place to stay? You don't want your own place? You don't want to do this? Oh man, I'm talking to this girl right now, and that's the first thing that came out your mouth. Like,
right, because that's what they were taught.
You know what? My son tried that stuff with me. He tried that whole, I'm just going to take the summer semester off and all this other stuff. And then, next thing I know, his little girlfriend coming over every day. So then I started making up rules to make him uncomfortable.
Yes, I ain't playing that either, Factor. I'm with you on that. We ain't nobody in this house gonna be sleeping with nobody but me.
Mm-hmm.
Get your own house, get your own crib. If you're gonna be doing that, and I tell you another thing, Factor, even though I've raised daughters, like, you're not spending the night out if you still sleeping here.
Yeah, then he come to me after the summer was over. It was time for him to go to school. Then he was like, you know what? This is it. I'm not going to school. I don't think school for me. I said, oh, this is it? This the final destination? He was like, yeah. 3 months later, I had an eviction notice. Get the fuck out. You can go on out there with your decision that this is it.
Right. Yeah, you can't lay on me. I ain't let no child lay up on me. If you're not working or in school or doing both, you got to be doing something,
Yeah, but then he went and enrolled in the military.
Right.
He went and enrolled in the military after that because he knew I was serious. I was like, no, you got to get the hell on. Talking about this is it.
I always advise the military for people who cannot figure it out. If you're a male and you can't figure it out, man, just go. Do the little 4-6 years or whatever they offer now. Just do it, man.
Yeah.
Just
you
can't figure it out.
And I was against the military too, DJ, until because I was in the 70s, 70s, 80s and shit when I was a teen.
Understandable.
And I think it does for teenagers, 18-year-olds. It may buy you a little time till you get an idea of what you want to do while you still building your future and deciding on what skill you want to take on as as an employee. So
plus the benefits are great.
Right.
And you get to explore the world.
On your resume.
Yeah, that's what I mean by building your future. You set, your benefits, you set 4 years, you good for life. That's a good step. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're pretty much a veteran with the 4 years. You got benefits after that?
I didn't go to the military. My frame of mind was, that being different. I didn't.
Well, AP's military. She can tell you if she's still there. AP, are you still there?
Might be doing something.
Yeah, she's probably busy.
But like I can agree with you on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
One thing, Sharon. Oh,
I'm driving. Yes, I was in the military, and if you don't know what you want to do, that's a good place to go to make up your mind, because if you are willing to live frugally, you can save at least half of your salary, and then when you get out, you have a nice, healthy down payment on a home. So that's not too bad.
Right.
Plus
when do the benefits kick in?
Well, you just have to, in order to be a veteran, you have to be in for 100 and I think 6 months consecutively, and you get an honorable discharge. And as long as you have an honorable discharge, you do have various benefits. But it does give you an opportunity. They'll work you hard. You'll be in the best shape of your life. And if you're a lazy person, that will get knocked out of you. And you do learn to get a lot of get up and go. You learn how to be a self-starter. You learn how to be a leader, and you learn how to be the best version of yourself.
Right. And I
I
think
don't
that's
I
good.
don't regret joining the military because I wouldn't be the person that I am if it wasn't for the military, because you get confidence in yourself and your abilities, and you know that you can do anything that you put your mind to.
Yeah. Well,
So
I was gonna say,
106. Okay.
uh,
Go ahead.
All
like
right,
I was
guys. Well,
piggyback. Yeah,
go ahead, bro. Speak. I'm sorry.
yeah, I was gonna piggyback with what Shannon said. Like the whole thing about the guys not wanting to get the house or anything. They don't wait to do that until there's a woman around, and that's a lot of it. Parenting, also, I would say society on that too, because that's what men were taught. Like women are your better half and stuff. On that.
Well, I was taught you're supposed to already have a home before you go get a woman, because that's who you're bringing
Yeah,
her to your
I was
house.
taught. I wasn't taught that, but I just saw that was the better option than trying to do it without one. Like, I was looking at my brothers and like, wait, dude, you ain't got a home, but you got a girlfriend, and you going through all this drama. I'm like, no, I'm good on that, bro.
It's
I'm with you,
almost like they're
DJ.
taught.
I'm a firm believer that you should move in a woman's home. You should
Hell,
have the
my daddy.
foundation. You should have the foundation set for yourself. And like Factor was saying, you bring them into your environment. If they're comfortable with it and they can grow with it, then now you got a winning situation. But moving into a woman's home, I don't think that's where a man should be at. As
Black
far as,
men are the least,
because a lot of these niggas looking to move in with a woman. They leave their
but
mama house,
black
they
men are the least
babyfied,
homeowners.
right, and them niggas run right to another woman and live up under them like they did their mama, lazy and everything. And then you got a Priscilla coming out there.
There you go. So that's what I'm talking about. There was a lot of dudes I knew that grew up in project homes. That's all they did was just get up, make babies. One girl kick them out, they go to the next girl house, make another baby, they go to the next girl house, and they were doing this back and forth, groups and diggers, just groups of men.
I knew that.
And I seen that
my
growing up.
brothers.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, dang.
Right, that was one of my good friends. His name my friend Damien, and a nigga named Keith. Them niggas had, between just the 2 or 3 dudes, them niggas had like 15, 17 kids.
By just the
neighborhood. You couldn't even date a
just
woman
the
in the neighborhood didn't have a kid by them.
Let me ask y'all a question. I'm not taking the date. Did either of y'all brothers grow up in a functional environment? Any of y'all?
I did. I wasn't around black people till I was 18, 19 when I went to college.
I grew up there. I grew up in a functional environment as well.
No, I did not. I grew up with an abusive mother, and then I was thrown into the juvenile system at 12, 13 years old.
I was with a single mother.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like, no, and the reason why I asked the question, and I'm glad for all, because that's how, and because context is everything because to some people, what is normal would be abnormal. You understand what I'm saying? Because you understand this is the internet age where normally where like hearing a girl, you know what I'm saying, and I'm gonna show y'all why I say that. Like a girl, like hearing a girl sleep around from man to man sometimes it's a survival tactic, because you either stay on the street or I got to stay with this nigga I don't want to, so that way I have a place to eat and me and my kid have a place to go. Versus that I have a functional family that we won't ever fall on hard times. Depending on the environment, that can shape that of the mindset of the individual child. There are some people who regress back, and there are some people who actually they like the dysfunction. They like seeing the chaos. So I'm saying, I'm not saying that any of y'all brothers are dysfunctional. But definitely I have seen a lot of that here, especially in these spaces or these panels. That's why we're trying to hopefully get it where women are just not so easy, where we're not getting it where men are black men are the highest transmitters of STDs and HIV. That literally is CDC back now. Like we can't even get above that. So we're trying to hopefully break these situational issues that we have going on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like and that's a problem. Like I didn't have to go to those project areas, but I knew that's where I knew where sex was easy. But also, I risked the chances of dying, of getting incarcerated, and all that said places. Like, not for no sex, it wasn't worth it. So hopefully, we don't get it where we're seeing these horrific stories on the news or on TV or on YouTube. Women getting abused, men got dang, oh, I got manipulated by a black woman. She only told me the truth. Like, no, like these environments are now permeating with abuse and traumas. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully we'll move away from that. I ain't mean to take up too much time, Faith, but that's why you're seeing the queen maker finding these followers because they're coming from horrendous environments where they cannot contextualize thoughts. You know what I'm saying? So,
and see, with me, BMT, I knew I had to break that cycle, you know. So I put a lot, because I didn't have much of a childhood. Excuse me. I made sure that every kid around me and every child I raised was gonna have the best childhood I could possibly offer as a man. Period.
Okay.
Right. You know. So if we go break the cycle, and then I do get what you mean about the promiscuous shit. A lot of our parents didn't tell us shit. So now we're at the age now that we talk to our children about what's going on out there in the world and sex and dating now. Older parents didn't do that.
Yeah,
no, you're right about that. You're right about that. I've heard women encourage their daughters about pregnancy because actually I heard boyfriends encourage their baby mamas about having a baby, even though that they just pushed out a baby, because it meant, guess what? We get to stay on food stamps or Section 8. But then on the same and in the same strength, you know, you also had it where a lot of women they also had it to where a lot of women were also being abused, and a lot of men were you having a lot of trauma babies being born. Like, I think this is why Faith Panel is important. You know, just not taking away from anybody else's stuff, but some of these things that were going on were setting back a lot of our community and functionality. You know, so that's why I said I've seen women being say, "Oh yeah, girl, ain't nothing wrong." You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I should give it up to you on the first night. Come on, baby. Like, don't you love me? Like, I was there in those cars, hearing those things. Like, there was a lot of pressure going. Now it's normal. You don't love him if you don't fuck him. Excuse my language. But those were things echoed to a lot of younger women.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So hopefully we can try to start regressing and turning back the hands of these traumas and abuses. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. True that.
I seen in the '80s, late '80s and '90s, when I was a teenager, there's a lot of women my age. I'm around 46 years old,
right.
And I've seen the hustle. Most of the girls that I know around here, this is now when I was an adult, they have kids where they'll have 2 to 3 to 4 kids, and you can see the age gap in between the kids for they were hustling welfare in the system for over 50 years. So they'll have a 20-year-old, an 18-year-old, and then they'll have a 10-year-old and a 5-year-old.
Right.
And then all of a sudden they'll be pregnant at 37. But these
that's
are the grandmas.
That's the retirement plan, DJ. That's what I'm saying.
See what I'm saying?
Using them kids as retirement on the system.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of girls do this. And what happens is they stay on the system for over 27. And what's so crazy about it, I see what they do. They have pretty teeth. They have all their health checkups done. And I'm like, how do y'all do all this? Like, how you get your teeth so straight? You 40-some years old, because the Medicaid or Medicare or whatever they give out also gives them dental too. And they give the kids dental. So they get it too.
Blue Shield, yes. Blue Cross Blue Shield.
So it is a system that now these women are grandmas. So what they do now is people have conversations about Sexy Red and Sukiana and all these.
That's trash.
These are the grandchildren.
Mm-hmm.
Those are not daughters. Those are grandchildren to the women that were doing all this mess.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So the conversation is way too late.
Yeah, that started in the 90s and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, I'm gonna tell you something that what is not told about that story. They never talk about the fathers that were down there at the welfare office. Also, there were a lot of dads. So like, I've been down there. I've been down there with my old lady. I've seen plenty of men literally pack the bag, get the cart ready, everything. Come on, girl, you're gonna be late for your appointment. I'm coming.
Yeah.
Like, God damn, I just dropped the baby. Like, and so, like, literally, like, either you the babysitter or you her goddamn assistant, making sure she stayed in the system. And so,
making sure you fill out the paperwork right.
make sure you fill out the paperwork. Man. Don't put your name on the paperwork. Like, again, these things have had grammatical effects, and literally, it's been normalized. Like I said, I'm not trying to penis police nobody. But I am not going to pretend like I did not watch it or I wasn't a part of it or I didn't see it. So I don't want to hear my child is down there with some nigga that literally she has to guess, is this nigga going to be gone tomorrow if I don't give him no pum pum? I don't want to hear that.
Listen to DJ. DJ.
The thing about it is, this is why you want to have that family circle. Whereas you're supposed to be pulling these people into your circle, so that way you're having these conversations. So if you're not, and I can't tell y'all how to do that, but yes, when you're grown, you're grown. Yeah, I've had that. I've had the same thing with my mom. But at the end of the day, with my mom and my father, I know my place. And as my children get older, which one of them or two of them are already grown, they call me back. They let me know about their men. They let me know about that stuff. I ask questions. They put them on the phone with me, and so because they care about my opinion, and I would hope it'd be the same thing for all of you men. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good job. Whenever your child could come and talk to you about a situation, that's an excellent job. If they that comfortable.
My kids, my bad.
Go ahead. I was just talking. Go ahead, man.
It's just my son that doesn't talk to me. He doesn't want to. My daughters call me daily. She just called me this morning because they're coming from church, but they want to know. That was my point earlier. Like, she calls and she wants to know, like, how do I do this? How do I go about doing this? How do I even when she got her house, how do I do this? She wants to know. But my son, I gotta go find him and just be like, hey man, I gotta call him, talk. What's going on with you? And the only thing that comes to his mind is nothing and about some girl. And I'm saying,
I don't know what's going on with the boys. I don't know.
That's a phase. It's a phase. That's a phase. It's a phase. Like, some men, when men hit the world, we have to find out and feel out ourselves first. Because going back, sometimes, like, it kind of feels a little bit like, damn, like, I don't want to always keep saying, like, I have to keep going back and begging, or like some men don't have no shame in that. But some others, they want to, like, well, no, I'm a man now. Like when Boys in the Hood, when Cuba Gooding Jr. and met his dad, and his father said, "Oh, you a man now with that gun?
Yeah,
give me that gun." You know what I'm saying? Like, you get Harris Fishburne. That's a thing with a lot of men. So I understand that. You know what I'm saying? Us boys, we're going to fight mama. I fought my mama, but I also needed to let life check me. So I don't call your mom and your daddy after you got that jail man on your ass or that baby about to come. Hey, y'all gonna help me? No, nigga, you didn't know me before. We love you, but you should have called me. Same thing. It's good. At least your daughters are checking on you better than she calling some other man daddy and he's staring her down the wrong way. That means they trust you. They trust your opinion. That's good.
That's
versus going on some YouTube shit.
Yeah, the girls that can be led. Well, I ain't gonna say that. I'm gonna leave that alone. But them girls that listen to dudes like that, I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna let it go. Go ahead, man.
Yeah,
I don't want to get into that
you know what
conversation.
the type of we have
Yeah,
some of them at work. I'm like, yeah, you're like, oh boy, you out of there. You ain't
So I
gonna
don't
be
want to
working
really
here
get into
long.
that.
I just know. I just already know. I know you ain't gonna be working. But yeah,
But you guys set up here and y'all said a lot of stuff about women receiving welfare and I'm not gonna lie. Some do finesse the system. I'm not gonna act like I don't see. Some of them do finesse the system, but that's a very small handful. That's not, the collective.
Right. I
I
have a
don't know if
friend of
that's
mine, Factor,
75%.
who they finesse the
I don't
system. They
know.
work the system.
That
My
yeah,
system
my
already got built
coworker,
up.
I don't think it's that. I
I had a
mean,
coworker in
relative to the
UP.
population, then yeah, I would say yeah, small. But to say that it's just like a real small, I think some people underestimate and some people overestimate. I think it's kind of in the middle. It's
I'm
enough.
gonna tell you how
I'll put
bad
it.
it is. I'm gonna tell you how bad it is. It's so bad that even the grandmas try to do it, and that's why some of these grandmas try to take their kids from their
Right, for the
kids,
benefits,
their
right, for the
grandkids.
children. Yeah.
They get the benefits too, and I've seen that happen. And I'd be like, I just shake my head like, wow. They want the grandkids for the benefits too.
Yeah.
So
yeah, sadly, and again, that to go back to, I think, about Faith asking about the men. I mean, if you see the boys seeing this, and all I gotta do is lay up and somebody take care of me, how would you have any? Not to say that some wouldn't have the motivation to go, but that's not going to help their motivation to try to build on their own. There's something that they won't. They just so disgusted by it, they'll get out anyway. Just do whatever.
But my question is, where are the fathers? Like, because I really believe that a boy, after he gets to be a certain age, he needs that father in his life to kind of rear him. He's not gonna really want to listen to the mom unless she's a real strong mother.
Right.
So
That's true.
where are these fathers?
But in my case, he was out doing stuff.
What's he doing?
And a lot of even
What's he
like with
doing?
Yeah, well, yeah, that,
right.
and I guess we would call living his best life.
I'm gonna tell you straight up. So I'm gonna tell you straight up, but I work out all these clubs and shit.
I'm gonna dip out for a minute, and I'm coming right back. Okay.
So a lot
Okay.
of these older Negroes are trying to still live their best life and run the same game with their son and be cool with them. They ain't trying to be the father. They trying to be the cool man, the Kool-Aid man, the sugar daddy. That's what they want.
All right, and you know what, Factor? Another thing is, it's like 2 Chainz and some of these other dudes and the niggas in the neighborhood that I named who got multiple kids. You can't be a father to all them damn children if because they're in different facilities. They all over the place. So you can't have the impact you need to be a father. My friend has 10. He knows all of them, but he's not there on hand to be able to guide them through life, like talking about.
How old is that man?
Yeah.
How old is your friend?
He's in his 40s, almost 49, 50.
I was just getting ready to say he's late 40s. I was just getting ready to say that.
I bet you. Yep. And that's the thing about it. Like, so I try not to judge people, but listen, man, raising kids, the older you get, is hard as fuck. It is hard. It is hard. It is hard. And if you barely are struggling to keep your own self afloat, it's going to be harder to raise and take that toddler to school, to doggone keep up with all their programs and shit. And I see some grandmas trying to do it, but these new age grandmas, they ain't trying to do that shit. And neither are these granddaddies.
Right.
They're not trying to do that. And technically, that's not their damn job.
It's
That's the
not.
parents' job.
Right.
So I see a lot of parents. Well, see that Big Mama's dead. Big Mama gone.
Yeah.
Right. And I
Big
get what
Mo's
you're
have been
saying
gone for a
too,
long
about,
time, to be
I
honest.
get what you're saying about family, and I was just working on that with my oldest girls, because it's just me. It's just me and my 11-year-old. She got sisters, but I got to try to get the girls together so they can work with each other and support each other as a family. My mom gone, her mom's gone. I only had one brother. That nigga going back to jail. So, it is what it is. You got to try to make the best of what the situation is with the new frame of mind we have on raising children for a better life than we had.
Can I'm so sorry, Kev. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I wanted to
we can all hear
introduce
you.
you.
Sorry.
We have Naya X on the panel.
Thank
So
you.
what's going on, sis?
Yes, I just wanted to say I got 5 minutes, but I just wanted to say really quickly, you guys were talking about boys and raising them. I will tell you just from my own perspective, I have a son and a daughter. My husband and I were going through some issues when my son was around 12 or 13. And my husband and I actually separated during that time. That was very much a critical time in my son's life. And what I know to be true is that if his father was not still involved, my son would be, who knows, right? A complete out here. So I hate to say women can't raise men, but at some point boys get to the point where they don't fear you as a woman. There's no, I can't spank him hard enough. My son was stronger than me at 12 years old. I remember him hitting, he was like playing with his sister and he was hitting the bed, and the bed shook so hard that I was shook. I was like, what? Like, where did this strength come from? So what I will say and what I will present is that men have to be involved, have to, or these boys will start to, team up with their friends, and it can get real crazy.
Right.
Luckily for us, my husband stayed involved and we're back, everything is fine. My son excels at chess. He is a math major. He really is one of the sweetest kids I've ever seen. And I have loved him fully and all that, but I do feel like a lot of the credit should be given to his father for showing up always. Even when we were separated, he would go pick them up from school, drop them off at home, do homework, the whole bit. And that is the piece I think that is really missing in these homes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
You're right on that.
yeah. And so
I got something for that.
Yes,
that's
finish. All I had. I just wanted to say that really quickly because I only have like 5 minutes. I got to start do my kitchen stuff, but yeah, I just wanted to add that, and I'll see you all in the chat.
All right, thanks for coming up, Naya.
No problem. Talk to you all later. Hey, Omi, I don't know if you can hear me. That was a perfect scenario too. All right, bye, y'all.
Right, and I remember when they were saying that a woman, the whole concept of a woman can raise a man and stuff is like she just said, to a degree. And when I had this conversation with when I had this conversation with some of the women, they were like, "No, they can't." I said, "Listen, I'm raising a 11-year-old girl, but I know there's a point that there's nothing I can do to bring her on into motherhood because I'm a male and I don't get it. Yeah, I have to ask advice and stuff like that." So I do understand what she had. Yeah, it's a good thing that the man was around because a boy will turn at 12 or 13 is a critical time with testosterone, masculinity, all that good stuff in puberty. And, so that's excellent. You're right on that.
I look at it.
I got pushback for that, but okay. I heard the situation, but it goes back to what I was talking about earlier. Everything she said, yeah, that's cool. That's more of the grandma situation that I was talking about. That was an older talk. The man, yeah, he needs to be there, but you actually need both. The kids that are here now, the boys, no matter how strong they are, nigga, they only respect women. That's
they
it.
don't.
The mama can get that boy not to do something before the daddy could. That's what's going on now. Now that conversation she was having, that was a conversation when I was a kid about men needing to be in the homes. But the men and the kids that are out here now, nah.
Okay, let me just address Wanda Washington, because this stream is like 4 hours long, and I guess she just got here. She says, just to be clear, Princella never said all men are incapable of love. She says that men are incapable of love. She goes on to explain that the majority are incapable of love, and that's what I said earlier.
Yeah,
That's what I was explaining.
Hey, is this you trying to steer it back onto the?
Yeah, like y'all gotta
That mean the
stop
majority
this.
of men. That mean the
That's what
majority of men
I'm
are
saying. Like
animals
y'all
and
gotta stop
savages.
this stupid. Like they're just so stupid people in the world, and I accept that. Like I like this majority type of shit. Like, do y'all not understand? A vast majority of men have gone to war because of love, for stuff, for love for all kind of things. Men have killed.
I thought it was the draft.
No, no. Even
Not
before
just that kind of
before,
war. Not just that kind of war.
yeah, not just that kind of war, but see, that's the thing. That's the thing about it. Like, they usually tell you before the battle even start. Like, remember what you're fighting for. That's going to get you back home. That's honestly going to teach. Remember before you get locked up. Remember, you got somebody outside waiting for you. Somebody that loves you. Love will keep you going through a whole multitude
It'll keep
of
you
facets
grounded.
of the thing. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, when I listen to some people try to dehumanize things or people, but then they get mad when other groups or cultures dehumanize you, keep that same energy. Because I don't like that's what I'm saying. You got to be careful how you word these kind of things. But I know plenty of men. You say something about their mama, they swinging. You say something about their sister, they're not thinking about
what
the
Tupac said.
consequences.
BMT.
They're swinging.
The first person at the prison, the first person they gonna call if you mistreat them, they calling mama.
They're calling their mama. They're calling
their
that
mama
love.
is gonna be the first one calling, because I've had those late night calls. Mama, hey, is my son over there? Is my son okay? Hey, my son said this was happening to you. What are you going to do about it? I've had to answer those calls. That's
love, bro. That's love, bro. Whether it's a woman's love, a child's love, that will keep a man going far past it. Listen, you think a man likes to get his ass up and get drugged through goddamn life, not knowing what the hell you think we were going to the civil rights for? You think we were doing that for the struggle Olympics? Nigga, we were doing that because we loved our family and our friends and our loved ones.
And our kids.
With our kids, we weren't doing that shit for fun.
Well, I have to interject because a lady in the chat room made an interesting comment. She says, Wanda Washington again, she says, to fight over a loved one is not love. That's the ego being triggered.
I agree that it's not love itself, but an aspect of it, in a manifestation of it.
It's both.
Yeah.
Because listen, if it was just an ego thing, believe me, it would not be. It would not be going
down. You can't love nobody, and you respond to that. That shows everything, man. Don't. Oh my God.
Regardless that she said not all men or most men, that just means you saying
why would
most men
you
are savages and incapable of any kind of emotional attachment.
She does stuff like this. She says all men can't love and are savages, and then a nigga go crazy on the damn line. Come on, man, y'all cannot be this.
All right. Wanda Washington again with the jams. She says, Princella says, most men are capable of deep caring. That's not love. She says men do care deeply for their families.
Man, y'all using some
we don't love now.
Wanna hit the link. Hit the link, Wanna.
Hey, can I ask a question, man?
Go ahead, AP.
Okay,
go ahead.
So for the men who are in long-term relationships, can you describe what bonding with your wife or your significant other was like, and how did you know that this is the one, and how did you know that this is it and that this is going to be my life partner? What took place and what changed about you, and how did the changes happen where you said, yeah, this is it? this is my shorty. We gonna do this. We in this for the long haul.
So
because you did what I said. Go ahead.
okay, so I guess for me, she stuck with me through hell. She
There it is.
literally, regardless of my iniquity, she still saw me. Like even when I gave up on me, that woman never faltered. That woman never changed up. That woman literally, believe me, like trust me, I had time where I was like, yo, you want to take the papers and you're free. No, this is us. I'm not leaving until one of us leaves the earth. I'm not going nowhere, man. Like, listen, like I said before, the BMT Empire, that woman was here, rocking with me. So she owns and gets whatever she gets. I don't give a fuck who feels like that. That's love, man. She was there when we were busted, broke down, had nothing, and she stuck it out and saw greatness in me when I didn't see what I could be. So that right there, carried my children on that bed when they said she could die, and still said, if I gotta go, I'll go. But them children are gonna make it. That's love when a woman said, I'm gonna bring these children into the world. No, that's. So there ain't nobody can ever tell me, oh, that woman don't love me. I'll kill for that woman.
But I think she's come out for the men. How do you?
But you know what?
I'm speaking for my woman. I'm speaking for my woman. I can't speak for no other man.
That's what they said, that how a man measures love for a woman is how much she puts up with.
Thank you.
See, that's that
she
internet
said.
talking point stuff.
The reason why I'm asking you is because I've been in situations where a guy just was, for no good reason, trying to put me through hell like it was some sort of a test. And I remember telling the person that I was engaged to, I said, look, life is going to give you trials and tribulations regardless, but this shit is made up. This is you making it up.
And
I would say that dude didn't love you.
And that's a childish person.
But you never hear me.
Of course, I'm not with him. I left him because he kept doing this foolishness. Who's gonna? I'm not gonna stay for foolishness. I don't have time for this. I'm not a toy.
Yeah, but I never tried to do that pretty shit to my woman. Trying to test her.
No, but I'm just saying that it was like he was trying to put me through, like I'm going through basic training again. Trying to put me through all this, nonsense to see, am I still standing? And I'm like, okay, if a real crisis comes up, okay, but you're making all this stuff, you're making it up.
Didn't we hear women? Well, people say that women do put dudes through what they call those are selfish people.
Those are selfish people.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't do that. There's going to be enough stuff in the world that's going to happen.
Who do.
Yeah, there are a lot of women who do, AP.
Okay, but I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah, that's all you can do.
Because I don't know what's in these other women's heads, but there's going to be enough things that's going to happen where you're going to be able to observe that person's behavior and see how they handle problems and trials and tribulations. I'm not going to make stuff up, like make up a fight for him to get into a fight with a dude or make up a tragedy. Things are going to happen. You don't have to help it along. Things will happen.
AP, we agree with you. We think that's a very reasonable take. But what we're saying is, at the very same way that you're saying this, there is a whole subgroup of women who believe the exact opposite.
Right. And
so what would you do if you ran across a woman like that? What would you do if you were in a relationship with a woman that was doing that? What would you do?
I would leave. I have self-respect, but there's a whole subgroup of men out there who don't have self-respect and have low self-esteem.
I literally was on a channel that supposedly pro-black channel that literally said that you should be doing these kind of tests.
Fuck out of here. Listen, y'all can get that Kambawa nigga shit out of here. Listen, life is hard enough as it is.
Yes.
Life is hard enough as it is.
If I'm busting my ass, bringing my check home to you, making sure our children and you have warm clothes, bed, and meal, making sure that I rub your feet and doggone tolerate our damn corny ass jokes, nigga, I love you. Damn it. You know, I want to get shit. Like, don't give me that. Like, I don't got time for all this stuff. Like some of these people play the game, bro. Like I said, that woman. So like, that's what people like to try to say. Look at my man. Look, he bought me a bigger ring than your ring. Are you comparing the ring, or are you comparing? Are you looking at the effort that person put into getting you that symbol of love? Because I know some people, they happy with a person getting them a band and saying, baby, listen, I made sure that we had, while you was going to school, that, hey, I took care of the bills. So you can go get your degree. You can go get your certifications. That's love. Because you want to support them. See, that's the thing about some people don't got support. So they hate on other people who do. Versus some people who will get support, and they will doggone talk down on people who are like, well, your man don't do this for you, or he didn't take you to Bermuda. Well, hold on, I made sure that we got a house. What do you mean? What's not to love? You now, you know what I'm saying? That's love. I make sure our children go to a good school. That don't count for love.
Food in the fridge, nutritious food.
All right, guys. I just wanted to say that Naya's back. I'm gonna have to step away from my microphone for a minute. AP's in charge of the panel, but everybody, you know, this is rapid fire. Get in where you fit in.
Okay, can I just say,
factor, but thank you. I enjoyed the show.
Hold on.
She's not leaving. She's just stepping away for a while.
Has to go in a minute.
I'm gonna be leaving.
Just let Mia go real quick.
Can you all hear me?
Go ahead, Miss Maya.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I had my headphones on and I couldn't tell. I was just going to say really quickly, one of you guys was talking about kind of the shit test. And I just wanted to talk about how I think how important that is to do, because you need to know a man's temperament. So what I have instructed my daughter to do is, like, you can't be so agreeable right from the beginning, because I need to know that if I don't want to say get out of line, but I need to know what his temperament is. Am I going to make up a big scenario or get him in a fight? No, absolutely not. But if he says, hey, you know, I want to take you here, get ready, I might be like, nah, I don't want to. And then I'm going to see how he reacts to that. Oh, what's wrong? Oh, do you want to do something else? Now that's something I can work with. But if he's like, get your clothes on, we go, then that's something that I need to know. And I think it is very important for girls, especially, to do that, to kind of almost force those red flags to come out sooner rather than later. So that's all I'll say there. And I would never support, like, you know, like the girl that was on there with the, oh, why would you take me to Cheesecake Factory? Look at, you know, that is nonsense. I would never support that. But I do support girls evaluating men and males and evaluating how does he treat the waitress? How does he treat his,
I agree with that.
Yeah. And what's huge for me is how does he treat people that do not benefit him, right? So we're talking about maybe the person at the post office. Is he nice to the Amazon? You know what I'm saying? Those are the types of things that I think we need to notice.
But do you need to initiate that to notice that, or you can just observe?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can literally just observe with day-to-day life with minor inconvenience.
Right, and see, for me, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to observe. I want to know. Right? I'm not giving 2 months to observe something that I could find out in 5 minutes. And that just, for me, is just how I spend my time.
Okay, that's for her.
But that's unnatural. Yeah. And so you're just forced in a situation.
I don't think it's unnatural, and I'll just.
So you're forcing a situation.
That's what I'm saying. You're forcing.
No. I don't think it's unnatural to tell a man no. I think that's very natural.
Not that. But like
you're advocating. We can understand telling somebody no if that's what you don't want to do. But if you're just to see how his temperament, that is unnatural.
Nope, I don't believe it is at all. I believe that it is a very common strategy that women employ all across the world. Absolutely.
I would say this. So it's like
So, like for me, I look at that if she has to keep asking me for money every week, that woman should never be trusted because I'm like, what are you
Right. I
doing with
mean,
them? Right.
and that's
You
the
know what
thing.
I'm saying?
That's your observation, and that's the conclusion you're going to come to, and that's fine. I mean, there was a guy that was like planning a trip with a girl. I think he was like a truck driver or something like that, and he asked her for some money, and she said no, and then he was
I
just like,
remember.
ugh. Yeah, you
I
remember
remember
that. So
that.
I
Yeah.
think I really do think it's human nature to do this. I think it can be seen as unnatural, but I think not going with the flow works better for women in the long run. And
I
you have to understand that we're approaching things differently. This man can kill me with one punch. I need to know his
Yeah.
temperament. You know what I'm saying?
It sounds like it sounds like you're very intentional and very
Yes,
methodic.
yes, yes. And
And
there is and there is also, let me say this really.
I'm an observant person.
Yes.
So I'm doing the same thing that you do, but it's in a very low key way where I'm watching a person and a person doesn't know that I'm watching them. And I've even had people say, "How do you know that?" Like I asked a person, "Is he a boxer?" And he said, "How do you know that?" And I said, "Because you don't cross your feet. You keep your feet apart."
Oh,
And
okay.
so he was very surprised that I noticed that.
Mhm.
And I said, "That's a hard habit to learn." And
Yeah.
so he was shocked. He was astonished. So I'm more low key about it, but some
Right.
women they feel comfortable with being very intentional. So I understand what you're saying.
Mhm.
Okay, so okay, can I ask the panel this? Is shit testing manipulative?
Yes,
Uh,
it is manipulative.
Yes.
maybe, yeah,
Yes.
and
It is
I'm
manipulative.
perfectly fine with it.
Yes,
Perfectly
it
Only if
fine
you
with
is.
got
it.
something to hide.
Makes me
It's
no
kind of
difference.
like being in the military, how you just drill, and you do assimilations so that when the real thing happens, it's like second nature. You got it.
Right, right. And so another thing, if I could just really quickly talk about the word manipulation, right? We're all manipulating to some degree each other most of the time, right? So
No,
like a babe, you don't think so?
no, I don't.
No, not really.
So if I want like right now, my husband and my son are fixing my battery. I could say, oh, go fix my battery. Or I could say, hey, you guys, could you look at my battery? Because I know that's going to get a different response. And that is a type of manipulation, if you want to be honest. If you're telling women, oh, I want to get married, I'm a good dad, blah, 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 and you don't have any intention of doing it, that's manipulation. Right. So I think that we can probably take yeah, manipulating overall is probably negative, but in some cases we can probably take the negative connotation out of it and say this is what I need to do to get my results. Right. So like if I talk to my sons or my or someone's teacher, I might say, hey, can you tell me what happened? Because I want to hear their story before I tell them what I know, because I'm controlling / manipulating that conversation in a way that I get all the information I need. So it doesn't
So,
always have to be negative to manipulate.
so I look at it like, so I'm looking at it like, because if I would have, because telling your spouse or your mate or whoever you're dealing with that, yeah, so I manipulated the situation. They're not going to look at you like, oh, okay. Like, you're not going to get a good
How do you
friendly
know?
eye.
How do you know? You don't know my husband. Like, seriously, how
Well,
do you know?
I never, well, I didn't cut you off. Like, okay. So, like, so when you're telling somebody, because manipulation has never been perceived as a good thing. Like, if telling a man that, hey, my battery's acting funny, if that person cares about you, you know, they're going to go out there, but they don't want to wait till a short-term problem gets worse, and then it costs money, and then now you have a situation. That's not manipulate a situation. That's perceiving a situation and then taking care of it. Like, oh snap, the baby's not manipulating you if it has to eat. If it starts to whimper, you're gonna know, oh, I need to go check the baby. The baby's not manipulating. The baby's letting you know there's something wrong with me. Like manipulating is saying like, hey, I think I need money, but then I just want to see what you're gonna do.
Yes,
Why did
that would be
like
manipulation, and I would see that as negative.
okay, but see, so when people are finding out that hey, that I like to manipulate people to see what they do,
Never said
well,
that. Never said that I
well
like to.
I didn't say nobody said you said that. Nobody
Okay, then
said
why are
hey,
you talking? Okay, see,
Okay,
yeah,
softer people, a little bit softer. We're all friends.
like
yeah,
so
I
you
guess
don't
I
have to.
don't understand the point.
It's okay.
If you're addressing me, then I'm going to respond. But if you're
Well,
not,
I'm addressing the panel. I'm addressing
oh,
the
okay,
panel.
okay,
It's
okay.
a panel.
You know, I'll go ahead and drop down because I
Thank you.
probably done. All right, talk to you guys later. Bye.
Thank you
Okay.
for
So
participating. Come back
yeah.
soon.
Yeah, all right, guys.
So
Look, I'm gonna get out of here, people. Good talking to all of y'all. Always
yeah.
good with you,
All
DMT.
right, Kevin.
All
Good to
right.
talk to you
So
again, man.
Yeah, I
so
gotta get
when somebody hears, male or female, that they are a manipulator, nobody kind of goes into that relationship trusting hearing that kind of word. Let me know if I'm wrong, if y'all heard, like, you know what I'm saying? Somebody said, well, I like to manipulate. Like, that's not going to be received very well in a relationship because then they're going to say, well, what is your secondhand meaning behind when you do stuff? You know,
Right.
like,
Okay, but you know what, BMT, what about beer commercials where they have beautiful women? They're manipulating the male pop, they're manipulating people
is bear good for you?
because what does a beautiful woman have to do with beer, drinking beer?
It's a salesman.
So that's a form of manipulation.
It's a psychological
Yeah, but
salesman tactic.
it's a form of manipulation, though.
Okay. It's one thing but you're not attached to these people.
Right. You're not.
It's one thing if a salesman, you're not attached to him. You don't know this man from a hole in the wall or a woman. But when it's your spouse saying, yeah, I don't have a problem with manipulating, yeah, you're going to take
Okay,
that a certain type of way.
I hate to tell y'all this. But I have a lot of lady friends that they really have a hard time getting their husbands or their boyfriends to do things for them. And they have to do something to get them to move because sometimes what's urgent to the woman is not urgent to the man. And sometimes the woman gets so frustrated begging the man to do stuff for her that she does come up with creative ways to get him to do things for her. Have you guys, I don't know if have you ever watched I Love Lucy, how she kept coming up with all these different schemes to get her husband to do stuff for her? Because if
Right.
she would have just came right out and asked him, he would have said no. And so some women, they feel like they have to do something because if they just come straight out and say, honey, can you do this? In his mind, he has his own list of priorities. And if he doesn't think that it's a high priority, he's just going to blow her off. And it's just going to be like, a fly in your, like a gnat in your ear. And he's just going to wave away what you're saying. I have friends that their husbands kind of do that to them. The husbands don't really listen to them.
Okay, now question. So, go ahead, bro. Speak.
Okay, and could it be maybe in his mind that's not a priority?
Yes,
it is not something I got to run to do, and maybe
I agree.
Maybe she should listen to him instead. Like,
yeah, but to her, it is a priority.
Yeah.
And
I appreciate you letting me up there. All right.
To her, it's a priority, but to him, it is. I'll give you an example. In my family, my mother had 5 children, and my mother bought a dining room set for the children. And my mother, it was, you know how sometimes dining room sets come in and they come in like in a block and you assemble them. Well, my dad, he was a police officer, and my mother asked him, can he please assemble the dining room set? And it wasn't a priority for him. And my mother was kind of begging him, she was busy with 5 kids, and she was kind of like, hey, I don't want my children to think that eating on the floor is normal. I want them to eat at a table. And he just got angry, and he just took the legs and just drive a nail through through a hole. and he ruined the table because he was angry because my mother asked him, and he felt like she was nagging him.
Okay, but see, now that right there, now I'm gonna look at what you gave me. One, your father was stupid. Just being respectful about it, because mind you, I'm just saying
that's
because
idiotic.
yeah,
Don't talk about my first love.
I'm just saying because that's the family's money.
Right.
That's the family's money, and he destroyed what y'all spent money on.
Right.
Okay. Right. So I look at those kind of things and like, damn, like we needed that money.
Yeah.
Now people procrastinate. Yes, they do. Yes, they do all the time. And so I say things like, hey, we need this. Joe, will you go to Walmart? Will you go to the grocery store? Well, if you want to eat dinner, you better go to the store. See, she's telling me, well, if you don't go to the store and get the groceries, guess what? You don't get no dinner. Now, she's not manipulating the situation. She's just literally telling me, if I don't go, we don't eat. That's literally a fact. Just like your mom is saying, like, hey, there ain't no table, nigga. Then we're
eating on the floor.
Yeah, but that lady